Morning.
Here's my glasses.
This is committee member Cheryl attending by phone for the first part of this morning.
Good morning, everyone.
There.
For those folks online, we're going to get started here in just a few minutes. I'm expecting Denise here shortly, so if you could just stand by for just a couple minutes and hopefully Denise will be here and then we'll get started, but thank you.
I see Kate.
Good morning, just checking in.
Thanks, folks, for gathering around. It looks like Denise is, I think she's had some difficulty on the way here. And our vice chair is available for this meeting. So it sat too close to Ron, so I ended up in a position to help. I think we have we got a good idea for everybody who's online as far as a committee membership? Ron, do you think we know who's online as far as role for the committee?
I think it would probably be good. We've got time, maybe just to do a quick introduction of the folks that are there.
Right.
I might be the only one on a phone call.
And could you go ahead and introduce yourself? I didn't catch your name on the phone.
My name is Cheryl Nelson. I think I'm the newest inductee on the committee.
Yes. Great. Welcome, Cheryl. Glad you could join us by phone.
My name is Greg Jacob. I'm the environmental representative on the State Forest Advisory Committee. Live in Hillsborough.
Any other committee members on Zoom?
Yep. Good morning. I'm Dan Stark. I'm a OSU Forestry and Natural Resources Extension Agent for Central and North Coast, covering Clatsop, Tillamook, and Lincoln counties. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Cord Boy, State Representative, District 1, South Coast of Oregon. Just listening and learning. Thank you.
Barrett, this is Leslie. I'm here.
Thanks, Leslie.
I'm John Spore. I'm here for Sierra Club.
All right, let's go around the room for committee members. For the record, I'm Barrett Brown, motorized recreation representative on the committee.
Susan Knutson-Obermeyer, and I'm not affiliated. I'm from Oak Ridge.
I'm Mike McKibben. I represent the timber industry.
Margaret Magruder, Columbia County Commissioner. I represent the 15 Council Forest Trust Land counties in Oregon.
Mike Tody, Recreation Rep.
Laura Frederickson. I serve as a Recreation Education and Interpretation Program Manager for ODF.
Joe Offer. I serve as the Recreation Program Manager for ODF.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Colleen Kaiser. I'm the Planning and Operations Manager for State Forest.
Good morning, Ron Zilli, and I serve as the Deputy Division Chief for State Forest. And I did just talk to Denise, and she'll be here within 10 minutes.
Right, Amanda Sullivan-Astor. I am with Associated Oregon Loggers and represent forest operators on the SBAC.
My name is Emily Shook. I'm the Office Specialist for State Forest here in Salem.
Great, thanks, everybody. And Ron, how would you like to introduce folks in the gallery, and we want to?
Yeah, if we've got district staff there that are representing, today, go ahead and introduce yourself so we can go around the room. I'll start with Chet.
Good morning, everybody. Chet Beeling, Assistant District Forester down here in Veneta for the Western Lane District, ODF.
Great. How about Clarissa?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Clarissa Parker, the Community Engagement Coordinator for the Recreation, Education, and Interpretation Program based in the Northwest Oregon area.
Brad? Brad Kenton?
I think Brad's on the road, Ron.
Oh, okay. Sounds good. How about Dan Goody?
Yeah, Dan Goody, SRA District Forester.
Aaron?
Good morning, Erin Olson, ODF Planning Coordinator.
And it looks like we may have some other citizens there. So how about Gail from Clatsop County?
Hi, Gail Henriksen, Clatsop County Community Development Director.
Okay, great. And is there anyone else there that is calling in, just would like to introduce themselves? That's Suzanne Johnson. Got a few other folks calling in here from Clatsop County. It looks like Jason. We got Lisa High here. Okay. Welcome, Lisa. Well, we are just getting started. We had a delay with Denise travel coming over Highway 26. There's some ice this morning, so she had to be safe and take it a little slow. So she's just coming in right now. Part of a housekeeping item I wanted just to acknowledge is since our last meeting we had in the fall, you know, we did have several members whose terms were expiring at the end of the calendar year and had solicited, you know, interest in being reappointed, got responses for them. And as a result, you know, myself and the co-convener, Don Everingham, did make reappointments to Susan Obermeyer. So thank you, Susan, for agreeing to stick with the committee through for another term, going now through December of 2026, as all these terms will. Also, Greg Jacobs, environmental representative, reappointed for another 3-year term. And Leslie Shaw as well, reappointed for another 3-year term, and Lisa Phipps. So we've got a solid lineup here of committee members, you know, kind of rolling into with the agenda today. I think some really important topics and opportunities for the committee to engage with us in a very robust way to help us, you know, work together to take in a variety of inputs and opinions as we work towards, you know, implementing our future policy work that we're doing and our current policy work that we're doing. And our agenda today aligns very well with how we do that. So that's where we're at now, and we could probably go to public comment.
Yeah, just before we do, just for the benefit of everybody in the meeting, maybe we can have maybe staff introduce yourselves here so we know who we can call on for the smartest answers.
Good morning, Justin Buttress, Policy Analyst in the State Forest Division.
Good morning, Kyle Kopp, Santiam Unit Forester, North Cascade District.
Morning, Cody Valencia, State Forest Unit Forester for the West Oregon District.
Good morning, Harold Stevens, Tillamook District Operations Coordinator.
Good morning, Kate Skinner, Tillamook District Forester.
Good morning, Mike Wilson, State Forest Division Chief.
Hi, Tyson Weprick, Adaptive Management Specialist in State Forests.
Morning, Derek Bangs, Operations Specialist.
Good morning, Vanessa Petro, Staff Biologist.
Thanks, everybody. And for the record, while Denise is unpacking, thanks for driving safely through the ice to rescue me. And is there anybody in the meeting who has come to provide public comment this morning? We've got time for that now. Don't see any hands up in the room or online. I've missed that, get us a note and we'll get you in. Denise, whenever you're ready to take the wheel.
Yeah. Whoops.
All right, I'm sorry I'm late, everybody. 26 was a little icy this morning. All right, so why don't we move into the draft HCP project update?
All right, good morning, everyone. Again, Mike Wilson, State Forest Division Chief, and here to provide an update if you need one, if you didn't catch the news. So You know, the board yesterday wrestled through a pretty difficult decision, I think, for a lot of them, and they voted 4-3 to have us move forward with the current draft of the HCP, complete the NEPA process, come back with incidental take permits. So what that does for us is, well, number one, the services can start working on that stuff again now that they know what they're dealing with. Not exactly sure what the timeline is on that. It's when it gets done, but our best estimate is early 2025. So we'll see how that goes. In the meantime, what it lets us do, and I think it's especially important to this group, is to be able to start working on implementation options. So the HCP sets certain management standards on which the FMP will be, you know, sort of platformed, if you will. And the FMP is really the broader document, but as the compliance mechanism with the federal ESA, there's definitely some sideboards that are put there by the HCP. So the question is, what do we do with those with the flexibility that we have under that? And there's a lot of different things. So historically, I think everybody in the room is probably aware that we have gone with what's called non-declining even flow of timber. Okay, so it's either flat or increasing over time. That's not the only way to manage a forest. We can shift it so that we have, and this has been talked about a lot, called a departure. And usually when people talk about a departure, they're talking about increasing harvest for a period of time, which results in a lower harvest later on. Although, I mean, technically it can work either way, right? It's a departure from even flow. So that's one option for us to explore, but there's really a lot of potential options in there. And so what we want to work towards, and we need to figure out the engagement process for this moving forward. It definitely involves this group, but I think it involves some other folks as well that are outside this group. Make sure that we get a lot of different great ideas on the table to form up different implementation scenarios to then bring to the board. And the board does not approve implementation plans, the state forester does. The board approves the FMP. However, the board can obviously provide direction on their expectations for implementation of that forest management plan. The way they do that ideally is through the performance measures that are set around certain things, such as timber harvest, I mean, you know, name all the things, and, you know, they could have a performance measure. Not all of them are directly addressed by modeling, by forest harvest schedule modeling, but a lot of them are. So the intent is to take outcomes from all of these scenarios, populate the performance measures that can be populated from that, and say, okay, board, here's your trade-offs discussion, right? Here's, you know, more harvest, more this, more that, you know, what do you want? Where's the balance? Where's the trade-off? And they can basically set those performance measure targets or ranges, if you will, or thresholds probably is more for some of them. It'll actually vary somewhat by performance measure, I think. But anyway, that's the direction to us. So again, they wouldn't necessarily be saying, oh, we like this. I mean, I guess they could say, we like this implementation scenario, try to do this one. But it may be more of like, here are the things that we like. Now go find something that fits that. And then we come up with a final implementation plan. So in terms of scheduling, what we really want to be able to do is bring the draft FMP to them for final, so it can move into rulemaking, so that it gets approved and the first implementation plan under that FMP gets approved pretty much at the same time. And so we hit the ground running that way with the new FMP. In the meantime, and I'll let others speak more to this later on in the day, I think, but, you know, obviously the earliest that we get those incidental take permits, probably not being until early 2025, we're going to have to extend and to some extent revise this implementation plan as well, to give us the ability to put forward a fiscal year 26 operating plan. So, but hopefully we'd have all this other work I was talking about done in time to have a new, fresh implementation plan for fiscal year 27. Did I say anything wrong, Colleen? So anyway, that's kind of where we stand with scheduling and that. So with that, I guess I'd really just be happy to take any questions.
All right. This is Amanda Sullivan Astor. Denise did call on me, even though you might not have been able to hear her. So just one quick question for you, Mike. As far as the HCP and the next step, given some of the updates and changes that have happened incrementally along the way, is there any revision that's going to be necessary to the actual effects analysis and the EIS that the federal services have done?
We're still working on that. And so I'm not sure what the status is of looking at the effects analysis that's actually in the HCP. And just so everybody knows, there's a chapter in all HCPs that deal with, and the applicant provides this, their analysis of the effects on this covered species from the covered activities. And that includes the adverse effects and the mitigation for that. So that's one thing in the HCP. In the EIS, then the services need to determine how they're going to update information going forward. First of all, whether there's a need to update information, and then to what extent the information needs to be updated, and sort of what that results in for the EIS. And that's totally up to them. It could run the range from saying we need a supplemental EIS because we have to update a whole bunch of things and everything's changed. It could be something as simple as, or just like we have updated information. It doesn't change the overall picture, and so we're just going to update the information in the final EIS, part of what they do. But that's really up to the services to decide on that one. I don't have an answer for that.
One quick follow-up, if that's okay, Denise. And so I'm not as familiar with the federal services requirements under NEPA. Do they do a ROD, a record of decision, and then issue the incidental take permit?
So that's a good question. I believe there are separate records of decision associated with the EI. Yes, I'm almost certain. There's separate record of decision for the NEPA process versus the biological opinions and the incidental take permits.
Okay, thank you.
Although they do strive to make sure those come out around the same time.
I guess moral is we're waiting for more information from the federal services as far as next steps on the actual NEPA process.
Correct.
Yeah.
Mike Tody, Recreation Rep here. Just curious, in a lot of the NEPA processes, they'll go through a scoping period first and then move into alternatives and that. When you're evaluating an HCP and that, do they skip the scoping assuming that's already been done, or do they go through the full?
So they did that from April through June, I think, of 2021. When they came out with the draft. If they came out with an actual supplemental EIS, I believe they also. This is very confusing in terms of the level of supplementation that they want to do. They could end up in a situation where they actually did go back out for more scoping. I don't think they're going to end up there here, but that's pure speculation on my part.
Thank you. Any additional questions? Any questions online? Go ahead.
I have one more question for you, Mike. Amanda Sullivan asked her, and this, maybe we'll get into this later in the meeting. But as it relates to NEPA decisions, obviously there's a lot of assumptions and analysis that goes in, and hopefully we get this, incidental take permit at the end. Occasionally when there's a significant disaster, natural disaster, like a large wildfire, a supplemental information report, a SIR has to be done to ensure that the effects analysis is still accurate for the decision that was made. If there were to be some sort of large scale natural disaster in the state, Western State Forest covered by this, do you know if there would have to be some sort of reanalysis to continue to receive those benefits of the incidental take permit, or would that happen more through like adaptive management?
Oh, you mean once permits are issued and we have an approved HCP?
Yeah.
Yeah, so, yeah, in that case, so it could be handled through adaptive management, but also the foreseen and unforeseen circumstances are defined currently in the HCP for a variety of disturbances. And we actually did look at our long-term wildfire average and included the 2020 Labor Day fires in that analysis, and came up with a certain amount that we would not actually change much except for the timing of harvest around that area to provide some temporary refugia for displaced species, perhaps, but it would actually not be a long-term thing. So, when we look at the entire permit period, really wouldn't change a whole lot. There's an acreage limit set on that. There's a cap set on that in terms of overall amount of habitat conservation areas affected. And then also, if it's a percentage of HCA affected, for small HCAs, that maybe, because I believe the limit is like 5,000 acres or something like that overall. And then, but with a small HCA, obviously you could lose half of one and only lose, a few hundred acres. So different thresholds, but above and beyond that, it is unforeseen circumstances, and it's sort of like, well, that happened, to be a little bit glib about it. Of course, I think, as partners, because the HCP, really does create a partnership effect with the services, to be able to say, okay, well, this huge disaster did happen. This is awful and terrible. Is there anything we can do? But it's optional for the applicant to participate above and beyond or amend the HCP in some way. So you could still seek a mutually beneficial solution if you wanted to. But at the end of the day, you can also say, well, right here it's written, and so no. It puts us in the driver's seat in that.
All right. Thank you.
I did just want to check in with Nick real quick, Palzado online there, just to see if you did want to have anything at all you wanted to share with the committee.
Hey, Nick Palzado, Biological Support Unit Manager. No, I think Mike covered that well, unless there's anything you wanted me to add to that, Mike, or speak to.
Maybe the acreages. I don't know if I got those triggered.
No, that was right. That was right. It's 5,000 and 50%, as you stated. And good morning, everybody. Sorry I can't be there today. I'm on childcare duty.
Go ahead, Barrett.
Thanks, Denise. This is Barrett Brown. Mike, can you, I want to make sure out there in the community, I'm characterizing the current state of play, where you have sideboards that are good faith sideboards committed to the future existing HCP and what some of those restrictions will be. So today's decision making is constrained in ways informed by the current HCP negotiations. So that could be characterized a lot of different ways, and I'm curious if that's those constraints have evolved a little bit. A, and B, I just want to make sure I'm characterizing that in public the right way and that I'm up to date. Does that question make sense?
Yeah, it does. And so, you know, we are, with the last IP, the current IP revision, the interim IPs, as we've been calling them, transition IPs. We have been honoring HCP conservation actions. We're not fully implementing all of the things with the HCP in terms of monitoring and everything else. We have some time to roll into that even after implementation of the approval of the HCP and ITPs. But by and large, as a good faith bargaining effort, you know, we are saying, okay, yeah, we're committing this. We're not going to go do a bunch of harvest in HCAs right before we sign a permit, right? So we do have sales in HCAs from past AOPs that still need to be completed. So that is there, but that is something that was prior to this IP revision. We are doing some operations, and I don't know the exact acres of partial cut versus any kind of regen harvest associated with Swiss needle cast and alder that we would be doing that would be HCP compliant within HCAs, but we're not doing the full magnitude of what we will be doing under the HCP in those areas. And then, of course, we're honoring the current riparian and conservation strategies, everything from the stream buffers to the slopes and whatnot. And of course, that particular piece of it is also tied up in the settlement agreement that has, for now, put the Coho lawsuit off for a few years.
Colleen, did you have something you were?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I'll get into more of those details as we talk through them, and we can kind of talk through any questions that we have about working in the habitat conservation areas. Or there's a variety of things I'll kind of touch on.
Great, thank you.
Thanks. One more thing, I guess, would just be the, so the real effect, the more the adjustment that we're likely to see as we go forward and have to extend is, you know, the current, as the current plan fades into the distance, right, there's DFC changes that will, additional DFC changes that will need to be made.
Hey, just a quick comment. There's a couple of notes in the chat for people to make sure they're speaking into the mic and speaking up, etc.
Thanks for that, Nick. These mics are really, they do work, but you have to have them like with six inches from your mouth and dead on in front of you, deliberately talking to these things. So apologize for folks online if they're having trouble.
Mike, I just had a question for you. You know, with the current draft HCP over a long period of time, we're going to see a reduction in harvest levels. And I'm wondering what the department's thoughts are, or your thoughts are, on the potential for the services coming back saying, with the reduction in harvest levels and the current gap we have in funding for the department, there's going to be a potential departure there in being able to implement the HCP and the FMP without the dollars there necessary to do so. And I'm just curious what your thoughts are on that.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. That's a little bit of a complex question because we have to be able to implement the HCP, but it doesn't necessarily speak to all of our operations. So it's a little wonky. At the end of the day, sort of all of our operations in state forests will end up being tied, at least operations within the permit area, tied to the HCP. And so it will be necessary for us to implement all of it. But we have to take the strategic look at our own operations. There is, of course, so we do, we do what we can to be efficient, and we need to be doing that anyway, just flat out, right? But again, as we move down the road and we find, okay, we just really are not going to be able to satisfy all the requirements of this HCP financially. Then what we need to do is go back to the services and say, okay, we need an amendment. And, I've spoken about it a few times before, but the nice thing about having incidental take permits is you're covered, and you can go out for an amendment, and that process takes some time. But in the meantime, you're still covered. And then at the end of the day, hopefully you come up with an amendment. And just so everybody knows, an amendment to an HCP moves through the exact same process as getting an HCP. There's the NEPA process, biological opinions, and so forth. So the nice thing about having it is so the services love for people to have ITPs too, because it takes a load off of them in terms of enforcement or anything like that. And it also gives them something to point to when they're looking at other species listings and saying, this is a plan that is agreed to with us that we can count on. And that plays into the decision to list or not list some other species in a certain way. So they really like having them, and they're highly motivated to help you keep them. Now, obviously, there's a certain level to which they can't go and still say that it's adequate, and that's reflected in the biological opinions that they have to do for it. But they are very much motivated to help you keep those ITPs. And so if it's like, hey, we need to make some adjustment here to make this work, that can be done. And that's not so much an adaptive management question. That is specifically an amendment question.
Follow-up, Mike. This is Barrett. I think Mike's McKibben's question, it just points out that the HCP is not an FMP. So it doesn't, the department may decide we really need to spend an additional $10 million on recreation, and the HCP, that's a problem for our budget. The HCP is not concerned about that. The way I just want to be clear that if there are operational issues in the budget or some other GPV efforts that the department is chasing after, the services aren't, HCP doesn't resolve those. The HCP is a take permit that doesn't guarantee the viable funding of everything the department may want to do in the future.
Yes, that's absolutely correct. And so we'll always continue to have those challenges just like we do today. I mean, it does have a nexus to everything. Again, like for instance, it does have a nexus to recreation and certain requirements because we have to meet certain standards with stream crossings, for example, and so forth. And so there is that nexus, but you're absolutely right, Barrett. We will always have those challenges, and there's a variety of things we need to deal with separately from the HCP for our funding. But
Nick, your hand is still raised.
Yeah, I guess I'll just add to that. So from the services perspective, for the purposes of, incidental take permit issuance, their only consideration is whether the things we've committed to in the HCP, so the monitoring commitments, the restoration and enhancement commitments, culvert removal, in-stream wood placement, that we can pay for those things. It's, can you pay for the things you said you were going to do in the HCP? And then, obviously we generate a lot more revenue than those costs sum up to. So they're likely to check that box. Larger question for sure, Mike, about, given these reductions and given the ever-growing needs and demands from state forests, how are we going to pay for it? Certainly a bigger question. It's one we, as Mike pointed out at the board meeting yesterday, it's one we've faced for 30 years, however, regardless, with or without an HCP.
Barrett, if I may. Yeah, I'll go ahead and flesh this out a little bit more. One of the things that challenges us, and I think there's probably different levels of awareness of this perhaps on the committee. So being self-funded presents us with a number of challenges. The biggest one, though, is we pay our full fire protection assessment. We do not get any general fund match. That includes paying all of the admin prorate associated with those fire protection costs. And no state agency gets help with that, except that other state agencies are funded differently in the first place, right? So in effect, they do get a general fund offset. We don't get any general fund offset for that. And that alone is probably, I'm going to say 7%, 8% of our expenditures. Then we couple on our general services admin prorate, and that's literally what we have to bill ourselves, both for our internal operations that support the entire agency, and then also services to DAS and general government and that sort of thing. At the end of the day, 20% of our budget is not that discretionary at this point. And so there's a lot of fixes that need to happen. And this has been an ongoing problem for a very, very long time. And the only way that we have not gone broke in the FDF, Forest Development Fund as it's called, is because we have radically curtailed spending at different times over our history. And so it would be nice to get out of that cycle. And I'm just going to say this is my opinion. I always find it a little bit ironic that taxpayers help fund, generally speaking, a fire cost offset for other landowners in the state, but they don't pay for any protection costs or hardly anything at all on their own state forests. So that's just a challenge that we have to deal with. And I know people don't like to hear things about, general fund and taxes and all that kind of stuff. But I mean, seriously, what kind of investments are all Oregonians making in their state forests, right?
Mike, Dan Goody is here online, and he wanted to just give him an opportunity. He's done a lot of work into that question there, and just wanted to defer to him for a second and see if he had something he might want to add.
Yeah, thanks, Ron. Mike's spot on there. For folks, for the committee to kind of grasp it, the Board of Forestry is the largest landowner within the Northwest Oregon Forest Protection Association. And we're going to be paying $4 an acre for fire protection, and adjacent private lands will be paying $1.65 an acre. And that is the subject of paying 100% assessment without any GF offset, general fund offset, which is a 50-50 split, plus the admin pass-through, of which public lands don't get an in-kind contribution, which is another 75 cents an acre. So Mike's spot on and talking about, we function somewhat like a private business when we live on our revenues, but yet are subject to the governmental onus of paying our fair share and then some for fire protection. And that's, that kind of fell apart at the last minute with a large fire funding fix with Senator Steiner's work group. So it might be a place for some of the community to start watching some of those fire bills. And I think you undershot the budget impacts, because in fiscal 24, 25% was the cost of governmental overhead to the State Forest Division. So you got fully 1/4 of your budget. We do have no discretion over decision making.
Thanks, Dan.
That's just some of the numbers. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Dan. And just so everybody knows what a little bit their context. If 1533 had gone forward, we would have gotten the administrative piece of the headquarters services and area budgets offset for us as well. So that would have been, would have actually resulted in the savings for all public landowners as well, including state.
Thank you. That was a very useful discussion. Any other I think we're going to move on to the next topic unless there are any other comments or questions. All right, seeing none, Ron, I think you're up.
Yeah, we did have a couple of questions in the chat. Robbie answered it though, so thank you, Robbie. There was just a question on what House bill it was that wasn't successful, and Robbie popped that into the chat for folks. Thank you. Yeah, we're going to move on now to the draft forest management plan project update. And, you know, these policy works are moving along, you know, together really. We began more than 5 years ago now working on the draft habitat conservation plan. And shortly after that, we began working on a forest management plan that would be implemented on the permit area entirely, aligned with it for Western Oregon State Forests. You know, currently we're managing Western Oregon State Forests with multiple forest management plans, and this consolidates everything under one plan to align with the permit area, planning area for the, you know, draft Western Oregon Habitat Conservation Plan, syncs those up tightly and provides a policy set that would, you know, move us forward for many decades, you know, together there, which is efficient, and that's going to be very helpful to us when we get there. So we've done a lot of really good work. The staff have a lot of engagement has occurred with the public, stakeholders, tribes, et cetera, on that draft work. And we've gotten into a place last fall where we had to kind of park it just because we were waiting on what occurred yesterday, was that clear signaling, you know, from the board on their commitment to go forward and finish the NEPA process for the draft habitat conservation plan. So now that that decision was made yesterday, everybody's going to kind of be picking up the pieces and moving the ball forward on the, you know, habitat conservation plan work that Mike just explained. And likewise, we will be using the information, you know, we get on the best available timelines for completing the HCP to help inform where we go with finishing the draft Western Oregon State Forest Management Plan. Last September, we brought a completed draft to the board, and I think Emily just dropped in to the chat for those online a link to our external webpage where you can find a draft of that plan, a draft of our performance measures, et cetera, for that. But we took to the board last September a completed draft of the forest management plan, a rough draft of our adaptive management plan, and some draft performance measures. And those, you know, those documents in aggregate make a suite of policy implementation tools that we need to finalize, you know, to go forward into implementation, which will be, you know, something that this committee will help us with when we develop the implementation plans for that work. Like I say, we've done a lot. You know, this is higher level stuff, the forest management plan, you know, goals, strategies, guiding principles, that kind of level. Then we get into, you know, more specific performance measures based on the goals and what the board would like to see achieved, you know, derived from state forests in a variety of categories so that they can, you know, get to that level of comfort that the plan they've adopted, when they do, is deriving the greatest permanent value to the citizens of Oregon. So they will be adopting a suite of performance measures at some point that'll have targets that will live outside of that forest management plan. And then we will be working towards setting targets for those that are realistic and that, if achieved, you know, to the board's summation, would derive the greatest permanent value from state forests for all Oregonians. And that's kind of how that policy work fits together. So as a team working on the forest management plan, we're going to be, you know, reassessing where we're at, making sure we have a clear vision as best we can of the remaining process that the services, federal services are going to use to complete the NEPA process and ultimately issue incidental take permits, and then align our work on finalizing the forest management plan, adaptive management plan, and performance measures so that that's all in place right around the time we have incidental take permits issued. So like Mike said, hopefully fiscal year 2027 for us would be a goal at this point where we could be, implementing that new singular policy set of work with the forest management plan and not our current plan and the draft HCP, for instance. So that's roughly where we're headed today. But there's been a lot of great work done over the years, and we'll be picking that stuff back up. It will have a robust implementation planning process with it, and we would definitely want to engage in this committee during that development of those implementation plans. So we'll keep you abreast of where that work is headed. I think at our next meeting in May, we'll know a lot more about where things are headed with the timeline for finishing the HCP. And then that will inform our trajectory of where we're going to go with, getting this package into a rulemaking process. Our forest management plans are adopted as administrative rule, and we need to, have a process to go through that rulemaking. And we'll sync that up with, the timeline of the draft HCP work so that we've got surety that, that's headed in a good direction. And then so when we get this plan in place, it's dependent upon the HCP. In and of itself, it needs to have the HCP completed to fully, be effective, because there's a lot of detail in the conservation actions and strategies within the draft HCP that aren't contained within the forest management plan and only referenced, by linkage, to the HCP. So it needs to be a completed policy work prior to getting that to an implementation phase. So that's kind of the high level overview of where we're at. A lot of great work by staff and a consulting company. We've been using ICF. A lot of folks have really helped out with that, and I think we're in a really good place to finish that work, and it's just going to be syncing it up with the timing for the draft HCP finalization. And I will stop there and see if anybody in here or online has any questions.
Doesn't look like there's any questions or comments. Okay, thanks, Ron. Colleen.
All right. Good morning, everyone. I have a couple folks online who are going to tell me if they can't hear me, because I can't tend to kind of focus on the group versus where my face is at in front of the mic. So, okay, thank you, Robbie. So I am Colleen Kaiser. I am the Planning and Operations Manager. So I oversee the timber sale planners, the Young Stand Management Group, our forest engineers, and our geotech, who is also a forest engineer. So that was redundant. So today, we've been talking a lot about policy and all of the different policy work that we're doing. But one of the things my team is charged with is kind of keeping our core business going through our planning processes, making sure that we are following all of our policies and rules, and then going out for public comment to ensure that we can implement the plans as they are and sell those contracts and get them through kind of our whole implementation to operations process. And so that's what I'm going to really focus on today, is kind of our core business and how that is impacted by some of the policies that we're working through. And then really just want to help work with Denise to kind of manage questions. So I'm going to really go through her as we go. I'm going to be talking for a couple, well, hopefully not a couple hours, but for a little while. And then hopefully you guys are talking for a little bit of a time frame. So over the past few meetings, we've made some adjustments of the timing of the SFAC meetings and the topics that we present in order to gain better alignment in our planning earlier in the process so we can utilize feedback better from this group. In the fall, we plan to do a look back at how the annual operations plan went and the changes we are considering to make based on that feedback. And then to look ahead at that time where we are at the beginning stages of the new process and what types of considerations we've begun screening for. The winter meeting, so this meeting will be focused on high-level overview of the sales and the operations, the resource considerations that we are working to mitigate and to obtain feedback and support from all of you as we move forward to public comment. The spring meeting will be designed to review the public comments and the feedback that we receive and to get your thoughts, impressions, and feedback on those comments as we move to approval. So that's really that alignment shift from where we've been in the past and kind of what my vision is going forward and how we want to utilize this group for like our current annual operations plan, which is separate from the implementation planning processes that Ron was talking about. Thank you, Emily. Emily's gonna drive for me so I can see my notes, so you guys don't have to hear me ramble. So yeah, this one's fine. So we can go back one. So with that context, this winter meeting is the first we've done prior to public comment. And I kind of feel like it's a bit of experiment to see what works and what doesn't and how we should make adjustments for next year. So just kind of bear with us as we kind of figure out what works. We sent out some different tools this year than we've ever sent out. I apologize for them being a little bit later than I would have liked. One of the key lessons I learned was that this time frame sneaks up really fast when we're working on the operations. That's usually our like get it done time, and yeah, so a little bit behind there. So I just ask for some grace on that, and we'll make sure that we understand that timing and what it takes to get that done earlier to you folks, so you have some time to prep. Okay, so the plan for the day, I'm going to talk about some changes that we made to our annual operations plans based on the public and SFAS feedback that we received last spring. I'm going to talk about the current planning framework we're working within. I'm going to give an overview of where we are in the planning process for this fiscal year, for fiscal year 25. I'm going to talk about the harvest targets and how our plans are falling within those targets. I'm going to talk about the main consideration or resource consideration topics and the main resource considerations that have come up during this annual operations planning process. And then I'll turn it over to Joe, our recreation manager, who will give an overview on several recreation topics. Once we finish up, my plan is to work with Denise to have a robust roundtable discussion about your impressions of the plan, any feedback that you would like to give, any ideas that, of how your communities might respond to the operations that we're presenting and the topics that we're presenting in light of kind of the context that I'm going to provide. And then also like how you can support us moving forward through the public comment process. So that's kind of really what I'm looking for today. See if there's any questions on that. Okay. Emily, can you, oh, you guys can see if there's online questions. I can't see those. So, okay, perfect. All right. So first I want to talk about the new additions and changes. So one piece of aligning our planning process with our SFAC meetings, and we're planning on doing this in the fall going forward. I just didn't think about it in time. So you get it today, but next year we'll talk about this during the fall meeting, is the changes to the upcoming annual operations plan based on the feedback we received the previous year. We received comments from the public, stakeholders, and some from the member of this committee spanning a wide range of topics and opinions. We answer those through our comment process where we boil down them by topic and provide an explanation of our policies, try to make or provide clarifications, and then we also make adjustments to the plan before we approve it. This last year, we also added a category of things to consider in the future planning processes, and I've listed some of those above for the items that we've changed based on that feedback. They include, we added a climate change and carbon storage section to our summary documents to show how our plans are aligned with the work that we're doing, the draft HCP, and then our climate change plan. We've added language describing activities within our habitat conservation areas. There was just a lot of questions about details, and we didn't provide that last year. So there's a little bit more detail in this year about the sales and our approach. We added clarifying language about our aquatic anchor strategies. We added description of past operations for each sale, so management that had occurred in that stand prior to this operation. We added some additional clarifying language to better describe haul routes and how to access the sales. And then we also added some language describing recreation and operation interactions, and that was really just some additional language and clarification. There was a couple things that this committee brought up last year that we know are good items. I think the biggest one was the creating a single web page to make public comment easier and understanding of the different planning processes that we use. And that is still on the docket to do. It was just something with all the priorities that we were working on, we weren't able to get to. But as we build the new plan, the new website, and the kind of required documents, that's something we're going to put that through that filter and really focus on where we're headed versus trying to look backwards, just because there's just too many things going on at once. So those were some of the changes that we made. All right, go ahead and go to the next slide. Okay, so before we dig into the details of this annual operations plan, I wanted to remind folks of the planning framework we're currently working under. Last spring, the implementation plans for the Western districts were revised to include the draft habitat conservation plan strategies in order to provide management direction as we work through the habitat conservation plan and the new forest management plan and planning processes. Do you know how hard it is to not use acronyms? Just saying. Okay, so this has left us with some additional constraints to work through during this time frame. Above, I have listed the 3 largest constraints that will provide some context as we move through the rest of this presentation. I've taken a snapshot of the web map that we sent out earlier this week. The map, this map includes the terrestrial anchor sites, the desired future condition landscape design, and the habitat conservation areas, which are shown in orange and green. And then we also included the primary and alternate sales that are shown in purple. And then we also added the recreation projects, trails and dots or sites to the map. There are many more constrained areas that are not shown on this map that are constrained due to operability, deeds, public safety, and there's many more. But for this exercise, we thought these 3 illustrated generally how we're situated for this transition period to give an idea of where we're working. The intention of all these management strategies is to work together to meet our landscape level goals that include but are not unlimited to carbon storage, habitat development and protection, retaining older stands, resource protections, our harvest goals, providing public access, improving habitat, our climate change and resiliency, and legacy structure retention and connectivity. As you can see here, the majority of the sales are outside of the main constrained areas, but many, if not all of these sales will have site-specific concerns from our stakeholders, partners, and public that folks would like addressed. It is important to note that in order to obtain the volume shown in our implementation plans and our modeling efforts, that we operate on all available acres. This highlights how critical it is to work through these sales-specific resource considerations and to mitigate trade-offs to the best of our ability to resolve any outstanding concerns, but to move these sales forward. Okay, go ahead. I needed some water, hold on. Okay. So keeping the planning framework in mind, I wanted to share the slide Derek presented back in October to show you where we are in our planning process. So just as a quick reminder, above the red circle, so this slide is intended to show the process that we go through over the year with our project candidates. Back in October, we were still in the specialist screening phase, which is above what's circled in red. Since then, a lot of work internally has been done to identify issues and concerns and to work through the issue resolution process in order to collaborate and mitigate those concerns. With that being said, we are now in the internal review and partner review stage. This is the time where the planners are working with both the specialists in the field to document adjustments that have been made and where additional work will occur during sale layout based on those internal reviews. At the same time, we're working with ODF and W. We're coordinating with our tribal partners, and then also working with SVAC to identify issues and concerns in order to work through them, if possible, prior to going to the public comment. So just to kind of talk through the slide, the dots in the figure represent the potential candidates that we've identified. And you will see here on the screen, the dots now have some colors attached to them. They represent different potential considerations that were identified during the screening process. For example, the red could indicate a nearby recreation resource. Blue may indicate a stream-related concern or a potential opportunity in case of stream enhancement. And the brownish color could indicate a sensitive cultural resource. As these concerns are mitigated, they become a more muted color, representing that the resource consideration has been identified, but also has mitigation measures in place. Some of these items will be noted in the reports and will be collaborated on during the sale layout process. Every effort is made to address as many of these concerns as possible by working closely with both our internal and external partners prior to the public comment period. But in some instances where we not have completed an item, it will be noted in the annual operations plan as something that needs to be resolved prior to the sale being sold. An example of this would be a stream that needs to be surveyed or a potential stream enhancement project that needs more field work to determine project details. This would be the blue dot example that has been held through the entire slide. Okay, go ahead. Okay, so now that we've set the stage of where we are in the process and what our planning framework is, I'd like to talk about the targets that we're required to meet and where we are fitting into this range at the preliminary stage of planning. So as you can see here, our current volume targets for the Western districts are between 165 and 183.2 million board feet. So those are the targets that are in the current implementation plans. And our planned volume is roughly 177.7 million board feet. Even though our east side forests are managed under the Eastern Oregon Area Management Plan and are not advised by this committee, I added them here so you could see the overall plan volume for the State Forest Division. Hold on. Okay. These numbers that you see here for the planned sales are likely to be adjusted for some of the districts prior to going to public comment as we are working through the final review and making changes based on the feedback we've received. This is why I also didn't add all of the revenue and project costs on this side, but they are in the information that we sent out to you earlier this week. I would also like you to keep in mind that the volume projections will also fluctuate beyond the annual operations plan approval based on what they find in sale layout, the market cruises that they do, but our overall goal is to land within the implementation plan range for each district. Another consideration with these numbers is that back in January, our Western Lane district was impacted by the ice storm. Access is currently being restored to the district and damage assessments are being conducted. This means that potential salvage operations are being assessed and will be incorporated into this planning process, or we will utilize a different planning process depending on the scope and scale of the impact. Any salvage sales that we want to move forward will be screened, planned, and implemented through the same policy framework we use for our standard operations. I'm just going to pause there and just see before I move on to the resource considerations and just see if there's any questions kind of on the big picture, like policy framework, targets. Thank you. My mouth is so dry. Appreciate it. Go ahead.
Thanks, Colleen. Mike Tody. Just clarifying on that last slide there.
Okay.
recognizing that you're trying to stay with your harvest volumes within the range for each district. I guess the root of my question is, if you look at the total harvest volume there,
Yep.
you just need to operate within that, right? So it's just a goal to keep it within a district framework, but the overall number is really what the constraint is.
So because of the way we wrote them into the implementation plans, and this is a lesson learned, in the past, we'd always had a target volume that we would meet throughout the life of the implementation plan. And so it could fluctuate year to year based on crews, based on market conditions, kind of a variety of things. And this year because the implementation plans were such a short time frame, we wanted to keep kind of a narrow range that we put it in. And so each of those ranges are what are in the approved implementation plans. There is some flexibility written into the implementation plans for, if it's a little bit above or a little bit below. But the goal is to stay within the range for each district because that's how it's written in the implementation plan. We won't do that again. It's a really very fine needle to thread when we're talking about a lot of different sales and cruises. So especially on the smaller districts. Good question.
I just appreciate that as I thought I heard you say that you're basically looking at every available acre operationally right now. And so every time we put a constraint internally on ourselves like that, that's an influence on that, whether it's like, well, we're not going to operate near a recreation area, or we're going to have these definitive ranges for each geographic area. That maybe you have some flexibility to look at.
Great point. Thank you. Are there any more questions? Okay, perfect. Go ahead. Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, Mike McKibben. When I look at those harvest levels, there is a pretty wide range there. So we're, roughly 20 or 18 million foot difference on the low to high end annually. And so how much, if I'm thinking of this from a land management point of view, would seem as though does the department have sales that they lay out kind of on a as needed or just in case basis, so that in case as you're going through the calendar year, you can put more sales into the plan to get you to those levels and help you zone in on that, say, 177 million foot target if you think you're going to fall short?
Great question. So we do. And that's why when you look at the summary tables and you'll look at once the summary document and the pre-op reports come out, you'll see we have a pretty robust list of alternates for every district. And then we do an operations meeting with our districts every month at a minimum, where we check in on where we are with those numbers and where we are with the cruises on those numbers. And we make decisions as we get to third and fourth quarter. Where are we falling within the targets? What's the projected outcome going to be? Do we need to add a sale or remove a sale to stay within those targets? Because again, there's, it's really tough because the sale is a sale. So as they cruise out, we want to try to get as close as we can. And that's how we do it, is with those alternate sales. And you'll see in a lot of our district plans that they'll have some smaller sales and some larger sales. So that way it gives us some ability to make adjustments as we go forward.
Derek Banks, operations specialist. One other point is just when you look at those ranges, yes, there's a wide range if you look at the bottom. But each of the districts has an implementation plan that's focused on that district. And so there's not a lot of range on an individual district. And so, just as we lay out sales, it's fairly rare that a sale always lands exactly on some of the numbers. And so there's not always that flexibility to make up 500,000 board feet with an alternate sale. And so the ranges themselves, and to Colleen's point on sometimes it's hard to land dead on when you have 1 million board feet to land on, that doesn't give you a lot of wiggle room. Nor does it give you a lot of wiggle room to move another sail up. And so, and that's been one of the challenges of these ranges, is that when you look at the individual districts, it's very tight. When you look at the overall, it looks like there's a huge range there. There really isn't on each individual district's implementation plan. Some of them, it's a very tight window, to the point that it's very difficult to land dead on inside of that range, just given the uncertainty sometimes of the way the operations, the boundaries just get set up because of how we're going to yard it, cable corridors or however the unit's laid out. It's you end up making potentially poor operational decisions to land inside of the range, which isn't a place we want to be in.
Maybe I missed it, but Pauline, did you touch on the implications of either overshooting the target or undershooting the target?
It's a good question. So in the implementation plans themselves, we set up the scenario for various reasons why we might under or overachieve, but ultimately the goal is to stay within that. And so we'll really, like, as we get to the later, like fourth quarter, we'll really kind of evaluate where we're at and what the risks are for going over or under, and the why of that. And if there's easy changes to make or adjustments to make to ensure that we're, if they're low, we can raise them up higher, or if they're too high, how we can make them a little bit lower. But we really want them to be smart operational changes and not just because it says that. And it's something we'll likely make an adjustment on when we do an IP revision for this next go around, just because it was something I didn't specifically call out in the IPs.
Yeah, I'm going to jump in here. So Lisa's had her hand up for a while. So let's let her ask her question. And then I wanted to add something to your question, Mike. Go ahead, Lisa.
Yeah, I don't have a question, and thank you, everyone, but I'm trying to hear what everyone's saying, and you're all important to me, and you're not speaking into the microphone. So it's not like this is the most exciting, riveting information one can, consume, but at least I should hear it. So please speak up and project.
Thank you for that.
That's all I gotta say.
Appreciate it. These mics do work, but you really got to be deliberate about getting them right up in your face and speaking into them.
Yeah, Colleen started off soft, but she's doing great now.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay. So Mike, there isn't a, hardcore consequence. Let's say if you're 100,000 feet, 200,000 feet over, after 2 years, it's an intention. We just need to demonstrate we're acting reasonably. That's really what it is around the sustainability of the forest over time. And this is a unique situation, and we've got just a couple of years that we put together some implementation plans to bridge that period, communicates our intention. If we happen to do that, and we're a couple hundred feet over, or a couple 100,000 feet under, we were just trying to demonstrate reasonableness and do the best we can. But overall, those ranges represent the sustainable harvest over time. But if we're over by, 200,000 feet on a district, it isn't that, okay, now we've violated some administrative rule, for instance, at all. There's a lot of variations that go into the operations over time, including, once they're actually sold, prepared, cruised, cut out, all the things, right, that affect the actual numbers. They're just trying to meet that intention.
Amanda Sullivan Astor for the record. I guess my question is mostly on point of engagement. You had that nice funnel associated with the graphic on the screen. And sometimes I feel challenged to provide really useful input, knowing that you guys have put so much time and effort to get to where we are now. It doesn't seem like there's a whole lot of opportunity for change. So I guess as an SFAC member, either we need to have more clear sideboards on what it is that you want from us, or we need to be engaged earlier in the process to help outline a successful path forward. I don't know if that makes sense, but yeah, sometimes I just feel like I don't really know what's the most useful things to provide, because I could say a lot, but it's not going to really affect anything.
So I think, so I've thought about this a lot, and the team and I have talked about this a lot. And the reality is that there isn't a lot of space at the annual operations level because of the amount of constraints we have and the mitigation efforts we have to take when we're working outside of those main constraints. That being said, the feedback is invaluable of impressions of that, or how your communities will react to that, or the issues that you're seeing when you see ranges, and like hearing those concerns of, you know, what that means to you and how that can impact your folks. Because what I can do is I can take that back, and I may not use it for an individual sale this time, but it's something I could be thinking about, you know, as we're laying out implementation plans, or as we're talking through the forest management plan, or as I'm looking at and having those conversations as we're setting things up operationally of how we like should be or thinking about that differently. So I wouldn't limit yourself in the feedback that you give, especially kind of in this time frame that we're in. As we move into the new forest management plan and we really work together to develop the implementation plans, I think it'll be clearer, and we can look for those opportunities and what is the right time for that. It's just because we are so constrained with the dual plans that I think it's really challenging no matter where we are in this process, because every sale counts in these non-constrained areas, even though they have site-specific constraints. Does that help at all? I don't know, but that's my answer.
Yeah, that helps. I have another comment, but Nick raised his hand. He might have a follow-up.
Just to add to that, just like looking at this table, for example, you know, so as Colleen mentioned, maybe there's a specific resource concern around a specific sale that you feel strongly about or that we're not recognizing. But also looking at this, you know, so what is that, 5.5 million below the upper end? A comment might be try to harvest at that upper end. We're only partial cutting 1,000 acres. You'll see most of that, I think, is in or a good chunk of that is in habitat conservation areas, but that's below the level that we hope to harvest at annually in the HCAs, or, you know, conduct treatments in. So you might say, hey, try and do more work in the habitat conservation areas. You know, those are at the annual level. Those are the sort of some of the ways you can contribute.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Nick. And I guess the follow-up from the operator community, similar to what we heard from, I think, both of the mics in a way through this conversation, is, you know, I understand completely what Derek said on the operations side. I've been a forester, laid out sales. I get it. It's hard to meet the exact target on the nose. A lot of times you don't know what your cruise is going to be before you start it, right? That's why we cruise timber. And so, you know, I understand all those operational kind of things you have to deal with, right? But the fact of the matter is that, you know, you miss 1 million board feet from each district, and that adds up, right? That adds up. And so I don't know how we get there, but, you know, from AOL's perspective, I mean, we want you guys to be operating at the maximum that you can. I mean, quite frankly, yesterday's decision is devastating. You know, I can't help but be extremely saddened to the effects that that's going to have on the people that I represent. So, you know, what we can do to try to maximize our efforts on the landscape, not only for the people that I represent, but the health of our communities and our forests is really what's at stake. So, again, I mean, that's just AOL's perspective in this conversation. But again, as a professional forester, I understand how difficult it can be. But where we can help, identify those additional areas or, the flexibility within prescriptions, especially for the partial cuts, could we go down 10 more basal area on that stand? Can we do other things? I mean, that's a level of specificity that we don't typically get to in this conversation. And not everybody is prepared to have that conversation, given each other's backgrounds. So again, it kind of gets to this point of what is the level of information that we can get? How much time do I have to review that information and provide feedback to you guys? Obviously, I can provide this really high level information. I'd love to be able to provide you guys really specific information, but that's not always possible either. So I just find myself in a really challenging position.
Okay, that is exactly the type of feedback that we're looking for kind of at this stage in the planning process, because that helps us get to a public comment document. Like, we'll go back, we will evaluate all the comments that we receive to see if there are things that we can do through our policy framework to look at those considerations. And that's the product that we would provide at public comment. For those individual sale kind of nuts and bolts, that's really what's going to come through your public comment through, all the awesome stuff that you all give us through that process, where you're getting in and looking at the individual sales and giving us our feedback on prescriptions or roads or access or stream enhancement projects. So I think if any of that heads up of like what you would like to see in the public comment version, based on kind of these high level things, I think that will be really beneficial today. So thank you for providing a really good example.
I appreciate the switch here a little bit at the AOP level. Those targets used to be communicated as a % effective number, each AOP, each district. And I appreciate this broad target not being communicated in that way, so the operational efficiency that comes from having this range as a target. And where I think the % effective discussion will come in is year after year tracking toward IP targets. That's when you can talk about it looks like year after year we're falling behind or we are ahead. That's where that'll come in. And what I think the way I take inspiration from Amanda's sense is that we just want to know at what point in that % effective conversation against IP are you do you have operational space? At what point are you actually engaged with values exchanges that are not in the plan? There's space to operate and there's not, and it's actually kind of a good sign that we're getting plans that are more refined and less squishy. Like I said, just more informed. But there will be still operational space where there are exchanges in values and philosophy. And the way I see that, it'll be year over year. If North Cascade District is reporting it, we haven't been able to hit our target year after year. We're falling behind IP. Help us. That's where I hope we're engaged.
Great, thanks. Feedback. Okay. Oh. All right. Okay, I'm going to keep going then. Okay, so next I'm going to transition to the resource considerations that we've been working to mitigate through this process. So like I talked about before, these are all out of the really big constraints, and these are the ones that by policy we can operate in these acres, they're available. But we have a lot of site-specific challenges that we still have to work through because every sale generally has an individual personality that we've got to mitigate. And so the first topic I'm going to talk about is our northern spotted owls and our marble murrelets. Whenever we're operating within the vicinity to known spotted owls or marble murrelet sites, there are a number of checks that we need to do in conjunction with our biologists to ensure that operations meet our policies in these areas. The districts and the biologists have worked together to review these areas, determine appropriate prescriptions, and to develop biological assessments or habitat assessments, depending on the district, to meet the federal requirements. Thinking back to the policy framework at the beginning of the presentation, I wanted to highlight the fact that only the Coast Range thinning and a small portion of the Miller Wood thin that I have listed up here are inside habitat conservation areas. So all of these areas are outside of kind of the big HCP constraint that we have. The remaining acres are available for harvest once all of the policy reviews and checks are complete. We can do Coast Range and Miller Woods thin. They just also need to be compliant with HCP requirements for those areas. One thing to note is that the sales here listed under the marble murrelet bullet are portions of the sale that are the first entry thinnings that are being conducted in the marble murrelet management areas. Okay, next slide. Okay, so the habitat conservation areas have been a huge topic over the last couple of years, but I don't think I've ever actually sat down and kind of explained what we can and can't do in those and what our goals are in those areas. So the habitat conservations are one of the draft HCP strategies that's being implemented with this annual operations plan. These areas were designed to conserve the highest quality existing covered species habitat and nearly all known occupied parts of the permit area. However, given the size, disturbance, and management history of the conservation areas, there are many areas of lower quality habitat. Since the overarching management objectives for the habitat conservation areas is to increase the quantity and quality of habitat for terrestrial covered species over time, stands that provide lower quality habitat or no habitat will be managed more frequently with the intention that over time they will become better habitat. Commercial management within the HCAs will primarily fall into the categories listed at the top of the table, but I'm going to describe the two that will be harvested within this annual operations plan. So the HCP limits operations in healthy conifer stands to an average of 1,500 acres per year. Typically, management will include a variety of density management prescriptions in young, healthy conifer forests to ensure that late seral structure develops more quickly. Many of these stands have a high original planting density intended for timber production and will persist as simple closed canopy stands without a reduction in density and overall uniformity. To improve covered species habitat, these stands will receive thinning and patch cuts that will increase growth of dominant trees and allow for initiation or reinitiation of understory trees and shrub species that will increase both vertical and horizontal diversity, as well as species diversity within the stand. For this year, potential thinning candidates were focused on either young first entry thinnings or older dense conifer stands that can improve habitat with density management prescriptions. Need some water, hold on. All right, so the HCP also limits operations in Swiss needle cast stands to an average of 500 acres per year. The management prescription for these operations will be to reset these stands that are stunted due to Swiss needle cast and will likely not become high quality habitat for covered species over the course of the permit term. By regeneration harvesting these stands early in the permit term, ODF will be able to replant these stands with a mix of native species that will grow into more suitable habitat over time. The biologists will work with the district staff to determine leave tree strategies that will include a component of other conifer, hardwood species, healthy Douglas fir that are unaffected by the disease where available. And so you can see up here, we talked about earlier, these are both the primary and alternate sales. And so we're well below the targets that are defined in the Habitat Conservation Plan for what we can do on an average, right? So for healthy conifer thinnings, we can do up to 1,500 acres. We only have about 580 planned. And then Swiss needle casts, we're at about 225. And this is for a couple of reasons. The biggest being the cost of the T&E surveys on these stands. A lot of these are young, small stands that the cost for the surveys kind of outweigh the costs for harvesting these stands. And we know that in a couple of, as we work through to get a approved HCP, that cost will go away. And also, we're still kind of figuring out our processes and working with the biologists to work on the prescriptions for these stands. But they also have a really large workload with all the T&E surveys that we're doing. So we're trying to balance that as we work forward.
I think there was a comment in the chat about the amount that we're planning relative to the amount that can be planned for, and it's roughly about half or so of that. So I was just wondering if you could speak to the amount we're planning for. You touched on it briefly around, the cost, et cetera, but that's a comment in the chat there.
Yeah, and that was what I was trying to explain, is that it really comes down to the cost of the surveys and the potential of new habitat areas as we survey those. So cost, finding new species or finding new locations, and then also just the workload of doing both the surveys and evaluating these new stands. These numbers will go up as we get better at this and as we identify the kind of all the different types of stands that we're working in. So this is kind of our first stab at it, and then it'll increase over time to those target, kind of those average levels. Our intention is to be at those average levels as we work through our HCP. So. Go ahead, Amanda.
It's a little bit of go slow to go fast, but there's also an element of double constraints here as well. And so remember, we still have the existing current FMP landscape design and the terrestrial anchors. And so where those overlap with the habitat conservation areas, those constraints on harvest still apply too. So like we haven't been doing regen harvest in terrestrial anchors, for example. When those constraints go away, we have more flexibility in the HCAs too. That's relatively minor, so I don't want to overplay that, but it is another element here. Also, it's worth mentioning, we have a little bit of a buff. So we set sort of a pace and scale over the first 30 years for the amount of management you can do in there. And we target that sort of at an annual level, but then we allow for sort of some slop within any given 5-year period. So there's the ability to catch up to a certain extent. If you only do 700 acres in 1 year, or whatever this is showing here, 800 acres, you could do the additional acres over the next 3 years.
Thanks, Denise. Just one quick question. Hopefully this is not, this might not be super quick, but, and sorry, and maybe this might be a question for Mike Wilson, but can you just remind us again why we're in the situation that we're in, like Nick just highlighted, that we are constraining ourselves more than we necessarily need to, given the current FMP. We're utilizing the HCP. I know a lot of that came through the IPs and some of the settlement agreements, and we have the stewardship agreement, but can you just outline as transparently as possible for this committee why we have that, multiple layers of constraints coming in to lead us to kind of the situation we are? Because a habitat conservation plan, there's a give for a get. We don't have the get right now, but we are already giving. So just trying to wrap my brain around it and remind myself why we are where we are now.
Yeah, and I'll just go back to, the part of, in terms of good faith negotiation and development of the HCP. I think probably what I don't have for you is the answer of just how much we are foregoing that we could be doing, right? And essentially, it's on, primarily on the clear cutting side, the regeneration harvest side of what would otherwise be, healthy conifer stands, right? So we talked about some of the constraints that overlap, and are currently sort of limiting our partial cutting piece there. But there's obviously there's stands in there that are habitat that we, at least in theory, could cut if we didn't have the HCA's. Of course, those, the survey pipeline and other things, of course, have the constraint, as was just mentioned. But yeah, the question as to why the HCA's are there and why those are taken into account in this implementation plan is simply because we know we're going to get ITPs. We're pretty sure we're going to get ITPs, and we want to be able to implement them when we get them. And
I think one follow-up on that, as well as in the draft HCP, it said we would begin implementation with the FY24s because that's where we were in the timelines, and a lot of the assessments were done on the sale plans prior to the FY24 sales and after the FY24 sales. So it was to give some additional support to that process as well.
So quick, I got a follow-up question, Mike McKibben. So when we get our ITPs, which will be, we said 2025, I think, that will free up this ability for us to operate within those HCA's to that 1,500 acre level. Is that what I'm hearing?
We can do that now if the costs with the surveys weren't as much, but what it does is it removes that survey requirement for those. And we'll have kind of tested out and be a lot further along in like our understanding of what the rules are and what our requirements are, and building a planning process for getting those vetted on the right time frame. So that's the intention, is that we're kind of ramping up to be at the full level that we should be within the HCPs.
Okay. And I thought I heard Nick say, does that target acreage change over the course of the HCP? He said we're going to be raising it over the next 30-year period.
No, so sorry if I characterized that wrong. So the way the HCP reads currently, we have 2,500 acres we can play with each year. That's 1,500 acres of healthy conifers and then 1,000 acres of Swiss needlecast and hardwoods. And then we allow that, so that's whatever it is. Basically, we allow for, if you didn't hit that in 1 year, you can add those acres to the next 3 years or whatever. But the intent then would be, if we are meeting our targets, that we would have treated 75,000 acres in the habitat conservation areas over the first 30 years. Whether we would then be able to do additional work either in that first 30-year period or after, with there are other candidate acres out there, we want to treat those too. We have there's space we've had discussions with the services. We're likely to have that in place in the final HCP that allows for us to talk to them about doing more work on other acres. But as it stands now, it's pretty hard. It's pretty fixed at 2,500 per year over the first 30, with this split amongst these stand types and a little bit of flexibility within any given 5-year period.
Okay. I guess my comment back to the group and to the department would be that going forward, I think it's going to be important for us to operate as much as we can within those HCA's, given the limitations that are going to be facing the department outside of the HCA's on an annual basis. And it might also be good for the group to hear how many total acres the department manages and how many of those acres are in those HCA's. So when we're talking about a 2,000-ish acre limitation that we can remove timber from inside the HCA's, how many total acres are in the HCA's on the forest?
I think there's 272,000. It's between 270 and 275, depending on like which day you look at it. And that includes riparian conservation areas therein. And then we're allowing for management over the first 30 years on 75,000 acres out of that 275. I forget what that comes out to. I think it's like 27% or something of the conservation areas are available for, you know, these specific types of prescriptions. There was something else I was going to say, but I forget.
That's fine, because I'm gonna jump in there, Nick. And one thing I want to make sure is, as we're having this conversation and it's contextualized correctly, is all of the management in HCA's is directed it towards developing habitat, right? And so we have three situations. We have healthy conifer stands that could use some variable density thinning and patch cutting and those types of techniques to improve the habitat quality. We have Swiss needle cast stands that have always been slow growing, and now they're actually we're starting to see actual mortality at this point with the increased drought stress and temperatures over the last few years. And we have alder stands that are going to be falling apart that don't have an appreciable conifer component under them. And not that brushy habitats aren't valuable for some species, but not for the covered species. So that's why we're implementing these. And when we talk about we can do as much as, I want to make sure folks know that it's really a commitment to drive to do that, to improve the habitat. So that's there. And it's just something, I realize I'm being a little pedantic here on this, but just something that I've always wanted to stress to folks is like, that's the objective. Are there timber outcomes? Yes, there are from that, but where that objective really lies.
Yeah, thanks. And I would reaffirm that too. Like, I mean, this is a commitment that we intend to do. It's not like, oh, it would be nice. What I was gonna say too was we harvest currently somewhere between 8 and 10,000 acres over the last 10 years or so on average, depending on how much you're clear cutting versus thinning. And so 2,500 acres in that context seems like a lot. If half of the acres we were managing in any given year were in HCA's with the intent around habitat improvement and not revenue per se, you're going to start seeing some revenue impacts just from those decisions. And so we didn't want to, it's a fine balance of all these different factors, right? And we didn't want to overcommit to the work in HCA's such that it's affecting our bottom line.
Amanda Sullivan Astor for the record. And so I guess one thing that I would challenge you guys with moving forward is just recognizing that this is my guess, and you can tell me if I'm absolutely incorrect in this assumption, but my guess would be that those stands, once you get, obviously these are not considered, that 30 years thing. We're not in the 30 years yet. So this is pre 30 years. But my guess is that you guys probably aren't going to go back to those acres, right? You're not going to go retreat those acres in the HCP term, because then you'd have to count those acres again, right? You don't get to not count them and exclude them since you already were in those acres. So it makes, to me, more sense to treat the, on a gross kind of, or on net perspective, more acres in those areas. And so you're going to have to go into those HCA's probably more aggressively than you otherwise would under normal forestry conditions, because they're going to be one and done treatments. I mean, 75% more or less of those HCA's start out as wilderness areas. 100% turn to wilderness areas after 30 years. They're no touch areas, right? In the HCP as it was negotiated by the department. So, again, I would just challenge you guys. It's not necessarily what I would do and most professional foresters would do if you were able to go in and retreat those areas to accelerate old stand conditions associated with the covered species. But you're going to need to do that and you're going to need to open up those stands more and really, really try to get the type of release treatment that you want in there, recognizing you can't go back in, or you will very, very likely not be going back in there and treating them for a very long time.
There's some, yes, like to some extent, that's correct. I think it applies more to the healthy conifer stands than the other two. And so, yes, we will likely be doing heavier thinning in some of these units than we would a traditional commercial thin, because, you want that large tree structure, There's actually some science recently around murrelets that suggests that on the Elliott, it's that fire history and those legacy trees, et cetera. And so there's some science supporting that you would hit some of those stands harder. And we would certainly want to do that if we think we're not going back in. We did recognize that, hey, wait a minute, we're going to regen harvest these Swiss needle cast and hardwood dominated stands and then never re-enter them. That doesn't seem right. That doesn't seem like it would promote habitat at the speed we're looking for. And so the draft that's not publicly available, but the conversations we've had with the services is, hey, we'd probably re-enter those stands farther out in the term, and we may re-enter some of the thinned conifer stands. And they're okay with that.
Thanks, Nick. Lisa's got her hand up.
Hi, yes. I have just a quick question about, what is the percentage? I don't mean to be a data, trying to get you on numbers or anything, just giving me some information. Relative to Swiss needle cast and hardwood dominated, what percentage of the forest that is under the HCA is represented in those numbers? I mean, how much Swiss needle cast do we have that is just not growing or is dying? Or, I mean, I know it's big in Tillamook, I remember, but how does that, I'm just trying to get an understanding on that. And why would it be in the HCA anyway, I guess?
So I can start, and then Nick, if you want to back me up. I don't have the exact numbers, but the majority of hardwood and the majority of the Swiss needle cast stands are on the Tillamook district. Tillamook overall has about 75,000 acres of hardwood stands, where it's 50% hardwood or above. And then the Swiss needle cast stands I think the Swiss needle cast stands is around 40,000 acres on the whole district. And a portion of that for both of them are inside of the habitat conservation areas. And a lot of that is because they provide connectivity. They're in areas where we've had species that are being used. They're in hardwood dominated riparian areas, and then kind of on the lower portions of the slopes or mid slope. So there is quite a bit out there, and that's really just because of the size of the habitat conservation areas on the districts. That's why they're inside of those areas. I'll see if Nick has a follow-up on that.
I can't share my screen, but if I could, I could show you a couple quick maps. That's essentially right. There's a lot, Tillamook district in particular. Those numbers that Colleen just quoted, I'd agree with those. And the way it plays out in versus out, there's sort of more in versus out. Actually, it depends. I'm going to get it wrong. Is there any way I could share a screen? No, it's okay. I
She's
won't be
working on
offended.
it.
So go ahead.
No, you go.
Well, now I forgot what I was gonna say. So go ahead. So maybe I'll remember.
Well, while we're waiting, I'm looking at a different comment from Laura in the chat. Asking if I said that harvest inside, if it goes over, would it be deferred in non-HCA's? No, sorry if I implied such, not at all. The work in the HCA's is sort of exclusive to the work outside. There's no relationship there in terms of one constraining the other. I think I can share.
And I had one other question. Just does it matter since there are 3 elements to the partial cut, the healthy conifer, the hardwood, and the Swiss needle cast? Does it matter what percentage you go after? Like if for the next 20 years you just go into the healthy conifer and thin? Does it matter, or is that relative? I guess it would be in response to what the FMP ends up outlining. Yes?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think there's a limitation there. Let me show you this map. This might help clarify. So this is Swiss needle cast on Tillamook District. You're looking at the Tillamook. The black outlines are the habitat conservation areas. The yellow is the Swiss needle cast. Yes, yellow is Swiss needle cast. I want to be clear, this includes low, moderate, and severe intensity. So this is everything with any Swiss needle cast. And like we would target the moderate and severe. So there's some low in here that may not be that big of a concern, but nonetheless, you can see just the sheer amount on Tillamook that meets that. Don't hold me to these numbers because somebody will find something that why they're not correct. But the quick and dirty using this map, the way that those acres break out, there's 125,000 acres on Tillamook. So about half the district types out as having some amount of Swiss needle cast. And then almost even split, a little bit more outside than inside of the HCA's. And it's worth pointing out that because as Colleen just mentioned, survey costs can affect the viability of these sales. We won't have to survey them with an HCP. So these areas outside can be treated more cost effectively, not necessarily cost effectively, but more so. Quickly, this is then the flip of that, and it is almost inverse, unfortunately, but this is now alder dominated stands. And that stands with more than 50% alder is just the definition of that. But so these here you've got in yellow, the alder dominated stands on the Tillamook district. And you can see that breakdown below. It's about, it's 50,000. So another 50,000 acres of the district is in, not productive conifer stands. And about half of that is in the HCA's and half is outside. And I will stop sharing.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Eric Bangs, I just want to give some context here.
That was great.
So, so one of the questions that Lisa just asked was, does operating in one preclude you from operating in the other? The HCP, as it's currently written, does set definitive goals for each one of the categories. And so, for instance, if we just operated in Swiss needle cast, we would potentially, lose the opportunity to operate in those other acres. So it sets goals in each one of them that we would operate in each type of category over this 5-year kind of windows of time. And then after that 30 years, the opportunities, at least as they are currently written, go away, and we would need to look at potential amendments for further opportunities. The other thing with the numbers that Nick just showed is that was all gross acres.
Yeah, thank you.
Didn't get into whether or not there were inoperability places, whether there was stream buffers that were associated with those, whether there was other cost prohibitive places to not go into. And all of that is considered when we were looking. That is just the candidates that we start to look at. And then we use that and then we further refine it down at any individual year to see which of the candidates we have available are we going to move forward with. You know, one of the big items that we have looking forward to us is going through these HCAs and putting them in buckets. You know, this is a potential alder regeneration harvest. This is a potential healthy conifer thin. This is an area that doesn't need additional work. And then as we identify those ones that are healthy conifer thins, what level is needed in the stand to get it towards habitat? Because again, the goal is not to achieve volume in these, it is to achieve habitat in these. And so for those areas, it might not need a really intensive hard hit. That might be the best way to get volume, but it's not the best way to get the habitat need. And each of them we have to look at for the stand and then what it needs and then put it in that bucket. That's a lot of work in front of us, but that is one of the tasks that we're going to be auguring into over this next year.
Yeah, thanks for that clarification. And one other, so we initially set the targets for Swiss needlecast and alder at 500 acres each per year. Then when we look back at that, we realized that's a little bit biased towards the alder in ways that's not gonna, that wouldn't necessarily help us meet our objectives. And so we loosened that so that they're sort of lumped. It's like 1,000 acres of Swiss needlecast and alder in some combination, which would allow us to harvest less alder in some years, more Swiss needlecast, and then say alder markets pick up, because it might actually be difficult to sell 500 acres of alder in some years. And so we can kind of play the markets a little bit to get the work done. And it reflects our land base a little bit better.
So Barrett's going to go, and then any follow-up discussion to that, and then we're going to take a break.
Great. I just wanted to circle back to your comment, Amanda. I just know how certain ears will hear that term wilderness. I think that that might be distracting. I mean, they're definitely going to be engineering, just at a different scale. They're going to be engineering for habitat. I mean, you will have to engineer disturbance to create something in ways that will be different from wilderness. That means things to people. So I don't know if you're happy to hear your thoughts about that word. If I'm maybe it's just my ears is sensitive to that word. And then second, has there been an attempt to characterize the volume generated through that activity? That's obviously habitat based, and it's not likely to be profitable, of course, but there is volume there. Can you talk about that? So I'd definitely throw it to you, Amanda, since I invoked your name.
Yeah, Amanda Sullivan-Asser for the record. Yeah, when I say that, I really mean an area, obviously wilderness on federal lands is congressionally designated. But the purpose and intent of those lands nonetheless is to set it aside as special to not be actively harvested or treated in any way. And so in the same way, these areas in the HCAs will be set aside for special purposes without any form of active management or management at all. So that's what it's not designated as wilderness, but in many ways has the same management effect.
After that first entry, or after, and then there's a 30-year period before you're back for another analysis for habitat conditions. Is that right?
There's a couple of different methods for management within the HCA's. We're going to do active management and kind of outline the 75,000 acres that we would be doing that active management, yes. And then we would be going back and, talking through if we're going to be doing those past the 30 years. But then there is also areas of passive management that are currently habitat, or they're being, we have known species that are utilizing the habitat. And so it is a mix of both. But we are doing, we'll still be actively managing our road systems within those areas. We'll still be doing monitoring projects. We'll still be doing restoration projects, both in stream and other wildlife habitats that will be, scattered throughout all of those habitat conservation areas. So I think the passive management is really what Amanda was hitting on in those areas.
Yeah, or unmanaged forest might be, it will be primarily unmanaged. It's hard, the challenge with more management in HCA's after 30 years is demonstrating habitat benefits within the permit term. So if we're clear cutting in year 40, for regen harvesting Swiss needlecast in year 40, how does that create habitat by year 70, right? It's a hard sell. However, we take great pride in the silviculture that we do, like particularly that focused on creating structure and habitat. And and we're likely to have demonstrated really good outcomes there, such that the service may say, yeah, like keep doing that stuff. And that's the discussion we hope to have. They will be roaded. There are quarries allowed in the HCA's as well, because rock is such a rare and important resource for management of the forest. Wilderness is a stretch, because from a wilderness enthusiast perspective, it's not going to look like what they have in their mind's eye, and will likely have a lot of work to do with social license for the management that does occur in there, if the perception is that they're supposed to, regardless, but particularly if the perception is that it's a wilderness.
And that's why we've been trying to work on that perception from day one, as part of our public meetings for a long time, meetings open to the public rather, and then our small stakeholder groups, and working with folks on the, conservation side to make very clear that there was going to be various things going on associated with, whether it's the quarries, whether it's road management, whether it's recreation, all of these things, because HCA's are not exclusive of things like recreation, right? That applies to the whole landscape. Nick addressed that really well in a presentation not too long ago. But the one thing I was going to say back to the question, so it's not like we're going to get to 30 years and evaluate. We're going to be learning as we go along. And so I think the adjustment in either acres treated or number of times that we treat a given acre, whatnot, we'll have outcomes information that will allow us to adjust those targets ahead of that time. And so hopefully open it up and do a little bit more. But that's part that's less amendment, more ongoing adaptive management to those adjustments.
I think to get at your second part of your question, which was, are we going to have volume, numbers that are coming out of the habitat conservation areas? And the answer is, like, up to this point, as we've been modeling, any volume that's come off of those has been incorporated into the harvest calculation that we've showed. But one of the things that we're going to be looking at during the implementation planning process is, it really is acres based. We're treating acres, and those acres are going to fluctuate over time for volumes. And the goal is really treatment of the acres for habitat versus a volume goal that we need to achieve. So that way we can really focus on the wildlife management of those acres. So we're going to look at that during the implementation process and probably report out on that, but I don't necessarily see a target for volume within those areas, but really trying to achieve the acres that we're able to manage on those lands.
That's great. I was just specifically wondering where that volume had been showing up, and it's been incorporated in the models so far. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. It's been a really great discussion. We are going to take a 15-minute break. And so for everybody on Zoom, we will be back at 11 o'clock. And so, yeah, for everybody in the room as well. See you in 15.
Yeah, feel free to go outside. It is nice out. But that door doesn't reopen, but I'll be watching to get people back in.
It's 11:01. We're going to get started.
Yep.
Yep, no worries. All right, hello, everybody online. We're getting everyone back in their seats. We'll get started in a minute or so. Colleen, we are continuing, yes?
Yep, we are.
Okay.
I have 4 more slides and then it goes to Joe. So
Okay.
you guys are hanging in there. You're doing great. I know it's not the most exciting topic, but I appreciate the engagement so far. All right, so you can't see it up there, but the title of that slide is Current Condition Layered. So we've been talking a lot about the overlapping plans kind of all day, just the additional constraints that we have. And one of the constraints that we've had, for quite a while is the landscape design for desired future condition, and where our current stands are layered. And sometimes those don't overlap. Those were built, the landscape design were built to meet the strategies of the forest management plan, much like the habitat conservation areas. And then there's places outside of those that do what forests do, and they grow into all kinds of awesome things out there. So we currently have a number of acres that are in current condition layered that are outside of those constrained areas. So they're not in habitat conservation plans, they're not in desired future condition. And these are, again, available acres that the model was harvesting. That's how our objectives were met. But that also requires us to harvest these layered stands. And so you can see here, the majority of these are on the Astoria district because they have the largest percentage of layered stands across all of the districts. Each of these sales that are associated with these layered conditions have been reviewed with a biologist. They looked at the stand condition itself as well as the geographic location in relation to the habitat conservation areas and other larger blocks of landscape design. But ultimately, harvesting these stands are in alignment with both our current forest management plan as well as our draft habitat conservation plan. So you will see these in the individual sales that we have out there. All right. Excuse me. Guess I need water already. So one topic that comes up quite a bit during our AOP public comment is around operations within aquatic anchor watersheds. So for a little background, aquatic anchors are geographically identified watersheds under the current forest management plan that were identified with the intent to manage them in accordance with strategies that prioritize salmonid recovery while balancing multiple purposes of state forests. These aquatic anchors are identified as watersheds that additional riparian management strategies are implemented when conducting harvest operations. These strategies do not preclude or limit harvest or road building activities, but rather supplement existing riparian buffer protections that are a combination of the current forest management plan and the riparian conservation areas that are outlined in the HCP. And they further bolster the conservation goals in these areas. Streams will be protected by applying the no harvest riparian area or riparian conservation areas from the draft habitat conservation plan, as well as, sorry, got emails coming in, as well as extended out to 50 feet when we're regeneration harvesting and aquatic anchors near small perennial type N streams, type N debris flow streams, and type N high energy streams. So type N is non-fish. So some of the aquatic anchors overlap with habitat conservation areas and others do not. And so that's why you're just seeing the acres that we have out there. So I just wanted to put that note out there that these sales or these acres where there's streams, they just get the additional protections and meet both plans. Okay, next I'm going to move to the stream enhancement opportunities. So part of our yearly planning process is identifying stream enhancement opportunities. The first initial screen done by our aquatic specialists in conjunction with ODF and W biologists has identified a variety of options as we move into the sale planning process. Not all of these will ultimately be done, but this list will be reviewed more in depth in the coming months to determine priority projects that will have the highest impact, that will align with our operations and our capacity to do this type of work, and can be completed with grants or timber sales in order to minimize costs or in conjunction with our watershed councils. So you'll see there's been 18 options kind of identified. And historically, we've just done a handful of these in any given year, but you're just seeing us in the middle of that process as we whittle down to the appropriate layer based on all the constraints that we're working within. Okay. And lastly, I'm just going to talk a little bit about our local water resources. So these are kind of the domestic waters that we've had a lot of conversations about in the past. Each year we screen all of the sale candidates for nearby domestic water, or otherwise known as points of diversion. While our general stream protection rules for our forest management plan and the habitat conservation plan meets or exceeds all of the forest practices rules around domestic water, there are sometimes additional efforts that can be taken near these locations to help alleviate any outstanding concerns. During the planning process, different tools are used when evaluating these resources. These include identifying the domestic site to see if it's currently in use. We identify, in some cases, the landowner associated with the domestic water site and do some planning outreach efforts to discuss planned activities and potential mitigation efforts. And we look at the buffer requirements and potential legacy tree strategies to incorporate leaf trees in key locations. There are 3 sales in this sale plan that are identified that have these resources that we're working to mitigate. One is the Blind Alley sale. It's on the Forest Grove District, and this one is immediately adjacent to Barney Reservoir. The sale will have a minimum of 120-foot buffer to the reservoir, and then we'll have our standard habitat conservation plan streams or stream buffers applied on the streams within the sale. And then during sale layout, any additional needs will be looked at during that time. And then we have, it looks like I overwrote my note. We have a sale called Archer's Road on Tillamook. It's a single point site that's approximately 1,800 feet down on a type F stream that's going to receive a 120-foot buffer. And then the double exposure sale in West Oregon is approximately 1,500 feet downstream on a type F stream that will also receive a 120-foot buffer. And then both of those sales will kind of work through those tools during sale layout to determine if there's additional protections that are needed. All right, I think that's it for me. So I think we can turn it over to Joe.
Thanks, Colleen. So for the record, my name is Joe Offer. I'm the Recreation Program Manager. And so as Colleen has gone through and talked about a lot of the impacts to timber sales and how decisions are made, it was thought that it would be smart to talk about in the Recreation Program what some of the constraints are that impact the decisions we make for annual operations plans, or looking further down the road, 3 to 5 years down the road. So kind of setting the stage for the focus of a recreation program. And so looking at what we have up here on the screen for an overview of our focus, I just wanted to point out that, as has kind of been mentioned multiple times so far today, the HCP, FMP certainly impact the things that the recreation program does. But another piece of that is our REI, Recreation Education Interpretation Program. I'll try and do better with the acronyms here. But our REI strategic plan that was put together in 2022, this last January, we got together and really spent some time reevaluating that plan after we'd been in it for a year or two, and really looking back at the goals that we have as a program, and thinking about how that impacts certainly our recreation program, along with the education interpretation program as well. And so kind of the overarching goals for the recreation program are, reimagining our recreation facilities, and that's, campgrounds and infrastructure as well as trails, to really fit with the trends and changes that we see on the landscape. And then also engaging with our volunteer groups and the user groups that are on the forest. So looking at what that really means for us, when we're looking at projects, we really try and focus on making sure we're having the best management practices available. And for us, right now that a lot of that is actually looking internally and making sure that what we have crafted is a new focus for the program to try and standardize everything across the entire landscape to really find some efficiencies there. Another one is just making sure that we actually are improving and maintaining everything that's on the ground before we think about looking at anything else moving forward. Of course, those decisions moving forward are also done with our user groups and with what is needed on the landscape. And then, of course, working with the volunteer groups and users that are actually on the forests that we really are working for and ensuring that the opportunities exist for. And then last and certainly not least is just working with other units in the state forest program to make sure that our actions and projects function well with everything else that's taking place in the forest, pretty much everything we just talked about earlier today. And so with that, we'll dive into this year's AOP and look at the projects that we have lined out. And one thing I do want to mention that I think is very important is that in years past, we may have had a list maybe this long for each individual district, but at times some of those projects were replacing 4 picnic tables or replacing 5 fire grates. And so we've changed how we're putting together the AOP on the recreation side as compared to, trying to list out every single maintenance project that we have, really identifying the projects that have, resource concerns that might need to be reviewed, might have timber sale interactions. Certainly if there's a financial or a large financial aspect of the project, or just requires significant coordination with anyone outside of just a recreation program. So that's really what we're calling out here. And while there's a bit of a change, we've also tried to do a good job of really identifying that change in the narrative of our annual operations plan. So it identifies why there might be fewer projects listed here, but what the ongoing operations of the program are. But instead of running through and talking about each individual project here, I wanted to kind of give a general overview of what we are working on. And I should mention that these are only the new projects that we're bringing to the landscape. We also have some continuing projects, but these new projects are really focused primarily on making sure that we are in alignment, again, as mentioned, with everything we're trying to work towards. You see a lot of bridge replacements up there and some reroutes, and those reroutes and bridge replacements are really focused on improving our connectivity to streams and other water bodies on the forest and ensuring that we're doing our best to meet the standards that are established there as well. And then the trail construction projects, the Black Rock Mountain Bike Area and the Adrenochrome Trail are done in sequence with volunteer groups that have long-standing interactions with the program and really advance some of the areas where we've had some significant benefits of working with a lot of the user groups on the landscape. So just a good example of what this year looks like is really truly focusing on improving the infrastructure we have as far as it goes to stream connectivity primarily, and then also looking at those opportunities for moving forward for other construction. Before moving forward, I do want to mention as well, I did say these are the new projects. We do have a fair amount of continuing projects that are also encapsulated in the AOP documents themselves. I wanted to call that as well because we do call them out in the documents, but also we have, one of our big projects is a 4-mile construction project on the Wilson River Trail Segment D that's also done in tandem with volunteer groups. That's Trail Keepers of Oregon in that case. Moving that forward. And then, of course, there's also, I guess I'll call it emergency work or immediate work needs to be taken care of as things change in the forest, just like we've talked about with a couple timber sales earlier, as, you have storm events, things like that, things that we have to adjust to. So we try and keep that space open in our operations plans as well. And so the last piece, and of course, there'll be some opportunities for questions here in just a minute, but the last piece is in the AOP, there's always going to be interactions between certainly all of our recreation facilities, but primarily trails and timber sales. And so in this year's AOP, there's actually truly drafted out summary tables to identify where those interactions take place. And certainly an area where our program works very diligently with the planning team and the marketing units or roads units in every district to ensure that when those timber sales are laid out, that the interactions that take place with any of our recreation facilities, and again, I mentioned that it's primarily trails, but this does happen in campgrounds and day use areas as well. Make sure that any kind of impacts are mitigated as best as possible, and we work together to make sure that the best possible outcome is found for both the timber sale and for our recreation unit as well. And so I just wanted to outline that these sales do exist, and they are in the AOP, and just acknowledge that this is a big part of our workload as far as working with all the other units in the state forest unit as well, or division, I should say. And actually, there's one other slide that identifies a couple more of the timber sales. And so with that, I guess I would mention just that with this new focus, we are really trying to plug in and ensure that we are in alignment with all these different plans, all the different changes. And that strategic plan is available on the website if everyone hasn't had a chance to check it out as well. It really outlines the immediate future for the recreation program. I think I'll turn that back over to you, Colleen.
All right, thank you. Sorry about that. Feels very Zoom meeting-esque right there about not having myself on mute. Like, been home too long working. So I think now what I would like to do, I do have like some timelines and next steps, but I think I'm going to wait on that slide until we kind of do some roundtable. So I'm going to turn it back over to Denise to kind of facilitate a roundtable discussion. And just as a reminder, we really want to answer questions, but also get your impressions of the plan, any feedback you'd like to give or things you want us to consider as we get closer to the public comment period. And then any ideas of how your communities might respond to this that we can kind of get the heads up on, so we can be thinking about that as we're looking at our documents. And then how you can support us moving forward, and how that might translate into our spring meeting. So I'll stop there.
Great, thank you both. So we can do this kind of popcorn style and just allow SVAC members both in the room and online to provide feedback. But yeah, this is a time to really engage. So, and because the other option would be to go around and just ask everybody to provide feedback. But I think what I'll do is I'll let folks just kind of speak up and provide their comments. But really, so, you know, we've already talked about this a little bit, but Colleen did early on in her presentation, but we've reconfigured the SVAC schedule that has been in place for a long time to really give us this opportunity to engage with Colleen and others from her team, and to, I think, because there was a sense that maybe the old timelines weren't allowing as much feedback as maybe we could provide. And so this is a really great opportunity. This year is also an experiment to see how it goes, both for SVAC and for the department. And so I just encourage everybody to really take advantage of this opportunity. You know, that we're trying to set up something that we're hoping will work well going into the future, and provide the department with an opportunity to really hear from us a little bit earlier on in the process. And allow them to get an understanding of not just what we're thinking as SVAC members, but how we think the different constituencies that we may represent would also feel about these AOPs. So you can kind of think about it from both of those angles, and if there's some other angles you want to come at it from as well, that's great. So the floor is open. Yeah, Margaret, please.
Margaret Magruder. I'm a farmer, not a forester, and so this is always like drinking through a fire hose. Sorry about the fire hose. Yeah, shouldn't say that. But I'm concerned about the Swiss needle cast issues, because as a farmer, if I had a fungus growing in my field, I'd get rid of it. But it doesn't sound like that's what we do with Swiss needle cast. So can somebody give me a quick education? Thank you.
Yeah, I'll take a shot and others can fill in, but you know, the pathogen itself, or the fungus, is endemic to Northwest forests, and it's at a scale, you know, it's ebbed and flowed, and it's, you know, infestation level over the last, 30, 40 years. It's been very closely studied for the last 30 years. So it's out there and there's a lot of it. So at the scale that it exists and the history, particularly of the Tillamook State Forest, where when it was reforested after the series of fires collectively known as the Tillamook burn, there's a lot of trees there that are growing on soils that are maybe not as productive as they once were. And the seed sources themselves aren't from native seed, from trees that were from those specific locations when the reforestation occurred. So there's a variety of effects, in Tillamook that make it a compounding problem. So it's not that we don't and haven't been trying to get rid of it. It's just that it's at a scale in which it's, a part of that forest and will be for many decades to come. But in the mid-2000s, and Kate Skinner's here from the Tillamook district, she could probably have better numbers here, but there were many, many thousands of acres that were liquidated. We upped our harvest levels there, so Kate could probably put some better color on that. But we are working on it. It's just that it's a huge landscape problem.
Yeah, thank you. Kate Skinner, Tillamook District Forester. So yeah, I think at one point, we were probably harvesting as much as 5,000 acres a year. And really, a lot of our decision-making, as you've heard today, for what we're harvesting is around alder, that's kind of getting to the end of its life cycle, and Swiss needlecast. And as Ron said, when you look at a hillside of Tillamook, like you could look at that map and see it's across our entire district. But if you look at any one hillside, you could say that 10% of trees looks great, that 20% of trees looks awful. And so it's a real, I would say it's really difficult to say which is the worst stands. I mean, we have the kind of the rating of the low, moderate, and severe. And we have been really trying to, I would say we've tackled the most severe that we have, but you cut the worst and you have the worst left, right? So, so it's in all of our decision-making as well as in our reforestation plans of either tolerant Doug fir that's tolerant of needle cast because it is endemic to our landscape, or a lot more hemlock is going in depending on distance from the coast. And so, so we're addressing it in every one of our pieces of our management. But we are going to have, we have habitat conservation areas, we have riparian management areas. And if you look at it from a wildlife perspective, we have trees that are going to provide snags across the landscape in some places. And then we're going to have other trees that, that are healthier and seem to be growing through it. I would not say great, but it's a very difficult to say, like, one stand is 100% the worst thing you have, or it's moderate. I hope that helps.
Yes, that is helpful. It just, I just want to see more of it gone, and isn't it, does it provide good habitat, and does it provide good areas for recreation? I would think neither one of those things would be helped by having diseased trees. Just thinking.
I will add to that is when you look at Tillamook's annual operations plans, all of the sales that are in there, the majority of them are to treat Swiss needlecast. So, I think they're at 2,200 acres of regeneration or clear cut harvest, and those are specifically to treat the Swiss needlecast that's there for the most part, or the alder that they have out there.
And I'm assuming too that those trees aren't as valuable as trees that aren't affected by the Swiss needlecast.
They're pretty short.
Yeah, so they're little trees. What are they used for?
Yeah, they're
Mike
valuable.
might want to speak to this, but go ahead, Mike.
I think within the Swiss needle cast that we see on the state forest is not to the same extent quite that it is on our land. Most of the trees that are infected with Swiss needle cast are still usable, Margaret. There's not a provision in place within a timber sale contract to take a tree that's, say, affected by Swiss needle cast and say, all right, we're not taking that to the sawmill. That's not in there. So, the department's being compensated fully for those trees at this time. And I would say the Swiss needle cast is an issue for sure on the forest. The alder areas that were talked about earlier are maybe a bigger concern because as those areas mature, that material just dies and kind of falls apart. And then, there's not much, and you're left with this area doesn't have a lot of trees growing on it. And those could be even more of a concern, in my opinion, at least, than the needle cast areas. But both need to be addressed for sure. I guess if I was going to give you any comment, I think I've already done that. From the timber industry standpoint, we are dependent upon ODF timber sales for the viability of our milling operations. And with the decision that we saw come out yesterday, with significant reductions in the coming years with timber harvest, we would like to see that on the high end of those limitations that you guys have on them, and operate as much as we can within those HCAs.
Amanda Sullivan Astor for the record. So just to piggyback off of Mike a little bit, it's my understanding that the state forester and the board are really interested in and have recognized the economic struggle that's about to be set forth and is already set forth on the forest product sector at large. And so, in the recreation report that we got, there was a lot of recreation activities associated with alternate sales. Just wondering, there seems to be a disconnect from what we heard over the board meeting the last 2 days in the intent to increase harvest over the next 2 fiscal years compared to what we were presented today. So are you guys intending to utilize many of those alternate sales to achieve those increased timber targets and recreation outputs? Could you just highlight that?
Might have missed that yesterday. So our intention, and I might have to follow up on that with Mike or Ron, but we have approved implementation plans, and the range that I showed is the range that we're authorized to do this year. I am going to talk a little bit about where we're headed with a implementation plan revision. And so I might be able to get into that a little bit, those details a little bit more. But for this AOP, the ranges that we have are what we have to work within. Does that answer the question?
I think that's correct, Colleen, and we can talk more about that after lunch, in the IP. What I think was being discussed yesterday or alluded to in the board conversation was future and not about this current, revised IP. It was about where we go next with implementation planning. It wasn't about the current plans.
Okay, I think what we heard over the last 2 days was an increase up to close to over 200 million board feet for FY25, and that's not what we were presented with today. So I'm just trying to understand where the disconnect is and what's being told to the public through the board, and what we heard today.
That may be something that we need to follow up on after this meeting.
I think some of what you heard, the estimates was specifically some of the sales that are still on the books from previous fiscal years, and then the anticipated output. There's several years worth of fiscals. They have anywhere from 2 to 3 years generally to harvest the timber, and there's a backlog of some of those. And so I believe what you're talking about is Chair Kelly mentioned several different over the next couple fiscal years. That was the forecast for the sales that are on the books. Many of those have not yet, their pre-implementation plan volumes from 3 years ago that have not yet been harvested. And so it's the combination of all of those moving forward. And that's the definition that he was given for those anticipated yields based on each of the districts' anticipated completion of those sales, which is usually done in conjunction with the purchasers on when they anticipate harvest too, but it's not set. And so we don't necessarily know if someone's going to wait until the 3rd year or if they're going to do it immediately upon purchase. And so we kind of make guesstimates on those on each fiscal year And those were the numbers that were presented yesterday.
Thank you for that, Derek, and I concur. That's what the conversation was relating to. We have roughly 300 million board feet sold from a variety of fiscal years, and as we sell our objective, the planned objective that Colleen outlined here, plus that flow, that's just an estimate of how it's expected to be metered out in realized volume over those upcoming fiscal years.
Okay, that's really helpful. So appreciate that. That makes a lot of sense as far as um, how contracts are written. It's not that you have to do it right away. Oftentimes we can't do it right away upon sale. But either way, I mean, I do think that there is a recognition by the state forester, especially that we are in some challenging times. And so it would be good, I mean, it would be good to get in front of this committee, quite frankly, to get a better understanding of leaders' intent from the state forester. Especially given that we do have in many ways more flexibility right now than we will in the future once the HCP is actually implemented.
Is there somebody online? Well, I think you make an interesting point, for sure, Amanda. The question of just as a consumer of this information from outside, and if they see a range, target range in a district, and it's between 8 and 10 million, and you're sitting at 8, while there are alternate sales sitting there as alternates, the question of, well, then why not? Why aren't you putting that alternate up? That's basically what you're thinking about? No?
And yes and no. I mean, I think, right, the reason that we have alternate sales is that, there's plentiful, right, of why we might identify alternate sales. I was just trying to rectify what was said at the Board of Forestry meeting and in other conversations with the state forester, and the intent to try to maximize what we can under the current paradigm, with where we're headed. And so recognizing we do have alternate sales, that is a way that we could use alternate sales to bring up volume if that was the intent of the board and the state forester. Just again, trying to rectify kind of what was being said and the sentiments shared with the public, and then kind of what we got presented today.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. And it is it's probably worth keeping in mind or keeping on the table the notion that these alternates are part of the operational approach to every AOP. It's not like they're just sales that folks decided not to sell. They're part of the machinery that's necessary to operate. I had some follow-up questions for Joe. On your project list for the AOP, if folks probably will remember that the recreation projects are a little harder in this context than our timber sales, because they're a project that may take years to complete. It's not, the year doesn't capture the entire life of that concept. So it's a little hard to talk about how you're doing, with the percent effective against for an IP, for example. So for what might be handy for us would be to hear, here's our AOP, and here's how we're doing against our strat plan or the IP, whatever version you would be able to use for us. So we could like I mentioned earlier, we could track whether and hear from you whether, we're falling behind. We've got these AOPs and these projects stacking up, and we just don't seem to be able to achieve. Or guess what? We're overachieving. We're doing great. Some way to contextualize against your longer term objectives. So, maybe not in this meeting, but think about ways you can present that to us.
Yeah, I'll start and say we're wildly successful. We get everything done that we need to do. No, I think it's actually a really good point, and it actually gets to a little bit of that strategic plan. Quite honestly, we in the recreation program have needed to do maybe a better job of being able to present that even internally to ourselves about what that work is that is coming down the line, what that might be. And that's actually one of the goals of the strategic plan, is to develop what we're calling a short-term maintenance plan, a long-term maintenance plan, and then which would potentially dovetail into a recreation management plan, which is needed to help us really make some gains as far as that planning goes. And so that actually is in our work plan for this year, is to actually have what we're calling short-term management plan, or excuse me, short-term maintenance plan that would actually identify all the work that either has already begun and needs to be completed, or the things that we know need to take place. It doesn't help our program at times to be, going year to year trying to identify projects at best. And so that is actually one of the big goals for our strategic plan vision for the next year or two for the program itself. And so I definitely think that that is something that once it's created could absolutely be shared and be a good opportunity to look at how we are doing as far as our plans for addressing some of those issues.
Thanks. Thank you.
One item to Derek Bangs, one item to follow up on that. Last year, we started a shift in our summary documents, and we continued it this year. So what you'll see in the summary document is all the projects that we currently are working through. It'll show which year those were originally approved. So it'll say, this is a fiscal 22 project, and then give kind of a short little status of it. So in years past, we used to just show the project that was in that fiscal year, and then you didn't really know what happened to the project in the previous fiscal year. Is it done? Is it halfway? Is there an issue with it? And so we shifted, and we're continuing that shift to showing all of those projects listed. So if there's 4 projects from last year that are not yet completed in this fiscal year, they will show up in the summary document, and it'll just say that that was a fiscal 24 project and that more work is continuing on it, type of thing, so that these don't get lost. So you can see really the workload that the recreation unit has in front of them. It's not just that list that was shown here. It might be projects from 2 to 3 years back that they're slowly working through because of any number of timing constraints. And so those will all show up in the summary document as well.
Yeah, that's a huge step forward in the data and just over time developing a qualitative analysis, some way to engage us with how you're doing, why, what's the headwind, tailwind, so we can pitch in.
So there's a question on the screen, some questions from Leslie. And so I don't know, whoever wants to tackle them.
Yeah, I will facilitate working through them. There's a variety of themes here, and some of the committee members may be able to help with some of them, but Leslie presents questions stating, with the reduction in sales, how will the state make up for the revenue? How will sawmills stay afloat, including those still in operation? How will schools survive without these funds? Does less logging equate to more forest fires? And then, so that's basically the questions. So the first one around how will the state make up, for the revenue? Mike Wilson yesterday did a pretty clear, job of, summing up for the board what our, financial situation is, and that we do as a division have a revenue model problem that's existed for a long time. And, with or without the HCP, that still persists, and the division needs a revenue fix to deliver the services that are expected by Oregonians and that we're mandated to produce, and that our archaic revenue model just no longer serves us well. So there isn't a direct plan per se to replace that revenue. It's just that we need to look at a broader revenue model. The division is going to do what it can in the interim with things that we can control, and then also frame up requests that we may need for external resources to keep, delivering the services that are expected from us and that we're obligated to provide. But we are going to be doing that from a multifaceted approach of both internal and external effort. How will sawmills stay afloat? I guess I'd turn that over to Mike if he's willing, if he could sum up, like, what does this mean? The change in volume, and how does that affect the industry?
Good question, Ron. So yeah, we are in a pretty severe timber crisis situation in Oregon. I don't know how much some of you follow it, but just in the last month, we've lost 2 more sawmills, one in Philomath that was owned by Interfor, and the Roseboro stud mill down in Springfield. And maybe about a month before that, Hampton decided to close their doors at Banks. And so, I think the timber industry a lot of times gets painted as a kind of a greedy industry that only cares about money, and that our sawmills just make money hand over fist, and it's a relatively easy business to be in. And that really couldn't be further from the truth. And so, the bottom line is the reason those sawmills have closed their doors is because there's very difficult operating conditions in Oregon with really high log costs and a shortage of log supply that everybody competes for. So a reduction in timber harvest of this magnitude is going to have a significant impact on the ability for the businesses that are still operating to survive. It's just a fact. So over this course of this 70-year term with you name the number, 50, 60 million board foot, 80 million board foot reduction in timber harvest, there will be more mills that go away. There's no doubt about it. So I don't know if I can make that any more blunt than that. I wish that there was a way, the Department of Forestry would be able to recognize that the timber industry, I wish, was viewed as more of a partner in this whole process. I don't think we really were. I believe that the habitat conservation plan was necessary, but it was done so with a lack of regard to how important the sawmilling industry in Oregon is to the Department of Forestry. So we built this plan that really targeted conservation and did a pretty good job of that. And the revenue side of the equation and the timber side of the equation were kind of left as a residual output of first taking care of conservation. And this is the result of that, is we're going to see way less logs available, which is really unfortunate given of where we live and, in my opinion, the best place in the world to grow and harvest these logs. You guys have heard me say this many times before. But I'm glad you asked the question, Leslie. It's going to have a huge impact. And of course, we all know what the residual impact of that is. It's not just the sawmills that go away. These sawmills are in rural communities where other businesses that depend on those sawmills also go away. It's the coffee shops, it's the saw shops, it's what we've seen over the last 30 years as a result of the Northwest Forest Plan on our federal land, where towns go to Oak Ridge. Oak Ridge used to be a big booming town. You go through there now and there's a bowling alley and a Dairy Queen and that's what happens in these small communities. So it's unfortunate, but I don't know, Amanda, or if anybody else wants to help answer that question.
I'm from Oak Ridge, and it's true, that's what happens. And then you try to find alternate methods of keeping communities alive. And then you have all this land we had 2 mills. The city owns one. I think the city of West Spur owns one now, and the city of Oak Ridge owns one. And trying to bring industry back. And we live in the area that grows trees like weeds. And you literally can't stop Douglas fir from growing. It's impossible. And you grow it like weeds. What's going to happen to that? We also are in this huge fire prone area. Look at the fires that have happened in Oregon in the last 5, 6 years. They've been huge and they're destroying that timber and because we're not able to manage it. I worked for the Forest Service. I saw the difference that the forest plan had and how it affected jobs and stuff. But it also affects, like Leslie pointed out, schools. I mean, it's a bigger spread than just the mill shed. it's schools, it's counties, it's businesses, it's governments. I mean, it affects everything. So kind of on a downhill slide, and what's going to happen to all that timber out there that's not being managed? My 2 cents.
Yeah, and I'll just add, Amanda Sullivan asked her for the record. I mean, in the short term, what will folks do? Either they'll close or they'll cut shifts, right? That is one thing that you can do as long as you can continue to make money and those numbers work out for your folks. I mean, people will be unemployed, but not every mill will go away depending on the situation that a specific mill is in, right? For our folks, you know, the folks that are the contractors out there and the firefighting resource that many people in the state rely on will go away. I mean, you know, those jobs can't necessarily, you know, we can't carry the brunt. We don't have the economy of scale, right, to be able to address that. And the reality is, you know, like Mike said on the timber supply, it's not just on state lands, it's everywhere, right? I mean, we have the PFA, we've got now the state lands, HCP, we've got, you know, I was just in DC working on mature and old growth stuff on federal lands, and that's probably going to reduce our supply on federal lands in the state. Even though we have all these, you know, housing priorities and wildfire initiatives that really ought to be increasing our management on lands, it's going the opposite way, unfortunately. And so all of that is to say, you know, I get phone calls all the time from people that are concerned, and, you know, where they're looking right now is on small forest land small forest operations with small forest lands. You know, how can we help those folks out? That's, you know, an untapped landowner base where they're getting their cutting contracts on large landowners cut by, you know, 20 to 50%. And they're saying, okay, well, how am I going to keep my folks employed? Right? These are the decisions and the places that they find themselves in now. So it's a, you know, I mean, I got emotional earlier, not just because I'm pregnant, but because I am emotional, although pregnancy doesn't help on that front. My husband can attest to that. But yeah, I mean, we're in a pretty somber time right now, trying to figure out how we're going to weather the storm. I mean, I do think that we will weather it. We've weathered similar things like Susan was talking about. There'll be significant shrinkage, or I mean, a right sizing, right? That's been like the positive term thrown around out there for job losses and having to fire people. But that's what's going to happen. So it's, yeah, I wish I had better news to share. And the one positive thing that we are trying to do with operators is help them understand how they might be able to diversify their business. So where there are opportunities to go into things like fuels mitigation and firefighting and restoration, stream enhancement work, road work with the FRIA with the PFA. I mean, those are places that hopefully we'll see grow. But those are all things that require money. They don't make money. So that money has to come from somewhere. So to the first question of what are we going to do with the revenue shortages? I mean, that's kind of the $1 million question, right? Will we get more money from the feds? Will we get more money from the general fund? That's unclear, right? And really unknown at this point. But that's where it's going to have to come from if we focus on more of these restoration activities.
And that brings up the pressure that it puts on all the other public services that counties provide and states provide. We'll have more homelessness, we'll have more drug use, we'll need more public safety. When people don't have jobs, the liquor store is the place you go. So I think that we have to look at this at a bigger picture. It's not just the Department of Forestry and the mills. The trickle down effect somebody has up there on the chat. It's going to be a big draw on all of our services.
Just, Nick Palazzolo, did you want to jump in before it becomes irrelevant if it was something that was just contemporary there in the conversation?
I was gonna speak to the fire risk, so if you want to hold, that's fine.
Go
Or I
ahead,
can
since you're up. Go ahead.
Yeah, the science is like the jury's out. There's conflicting science regarding where fire risk is greatest. Is it on managed lands, unmanaged, industrial, fed, state, et cetera. Several of the large 2020 fires initiated on federal lands. The windstorm itself and some, power line issues also contributed to those fires. What burned hottest is depends on who you ask. On our land base, some of the low and mixed severity stuff was in the older stands, and the stuff that burned hottest tended to be our denser plantations. So science is out there, I would say. We importantly, most of our lands in this HCP are in the Coast Range on the North Coast, relatively well roaded, and so access for protection is very high relative to, say, the Cascades. And we have ability to do fuels management too. And so personally, I think we have a lot of the tools we need to manage whatever fire risk exists on our land base, is what I would say.
Can I follow
And-
up on that just a little bit?
Yeah.
Go ahead, go ahead.
I would just add, Nick, it's important to note that the reason that we can protect those lands is because the road system and infrastructure is there. And what built those road systems and infrastructure was a timber sale program for the most part.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep, true, and we are, there's a lot of chatter internally about sort of what's the fate of roads in those HCA's. And we'll have to reassess that, but one of the factors in that assessment will be what roads do we need to ensure adequate, what roads do we need to continue to maintain for protection purposes.
Amanda Sullivan asked her for the record, just to highlight a connection with ODF and research. There's forthcoming research out of the PNW Research Station, Forest Service PNW Research Station, from Jeremy Freed's job that was supported through grants from ODF. That actually highlights specifically in the late successional reserve lands on Forest Service lands. They did like three different research papers all kind of converging, but that basically you can prioritize restoration treatments specifically focused on fire risk mitigation and have zero, if any, effect on old growth structure index, which is an index that the Forest Service utilizes in their late successional reserves. But basically that you can literally just prioritize fire mitigation and have no effect on that stand structure. So just interesting to note that, it's not directly answering the question of does less logging equate to more forest fires, but more on the flip side of, you can have significantly increased forest management that increases to fuels mitigation and reduction of fire risk.
What was the name of the primary author?
Jeremy Freed with the PNW Research Station.
Yeah.
And
okay.
he'd be happy to chat with you, I'm sure. But the GNA program, I think, funded that study.
It's also going to become more costly because when you think about having less mills around, you're also increasing your haul costs, which is huge. You increase your haul costs because it's huge. I mean, that's always been one of the biggest expenses when you appraise timber sales. And it also, I think what I'm seeing happening, because I'm on a forest collaborative in Oak Ridge, and what you end up relying on a lot of is volunteers. And, you know, you're not going to be able to solve all your problems with volunteers. It's just not going to happen. And so there's just no money to pay for a lot of this stuff. I mean, we're putting in for grants up a storm and on the collaborative, and we're getting grants, and we're doing a lot of fire mitigation around Oak Ridge just because of the last 2 years of fires that came so close. But you know, a lot of that's all being done by volunteers. And so those are going to go away. And a lot of our volunteers anymore are old people like me. You know, they're not young people. So, because they're too busy raising families and trying to survive. So I just think that this is just a huge circular problem. It's just going to keep going around and around and around. We got to figure it out.
Lisa, you've had your hand up for a while. Go ahead.
Yeah, hi. Yeah, you know, we are dealing, all of us, with many wicked problems, and I certainly don't know how to solve them. I did want to ask one question just from a generalist landscape perspective. How many million board feet go out on all the forests in Oregon? And I hate to, you know, put a line around the state because obviously, you know, an ecosystem is an ecosystem and exists above us and below us. But I'd like to know just what percentage of our million board feet is represented in the grand scheme of things. And then I wanted to shift to recreation question and kind of go back to what Derek was saying about the summary and ask about two areas. One is the firearm shooting issues that we've had over the last decade, and how are you all dealing with that? And because we haven't spoken about that in a while. And the second thing, since the pandemic, we had a lot of garbage and all that kind of stuff that you had to deal with, which is a whole nother problem for you. How is that going? Is it getting better? It's not specifically recreation. Well, the shooting is, but the garbage isn't. So those kind of long nice kind of keep track of them. And as Derek said, a summary document would be great. It'd be great at the beginning of the year and then sort of at the end. That's it.
Yeah, so I'll take one of those. The one about, you know, how does the volume that comes off of state forest factor into the overall supply? And it's significant proportionally. So state forests represent approximately 3% of the forest land by acres in Oregon, and we're producing currently roughly 10% of the timber supply. You know, Jim Kelly contrasted that to the feds yesterday, stating that the federal ownership combined in Oregon is roughly 60% and produces approximately 13% of the timber volume available in the state. So we punch above our weight for a volume producer on our acreage, and it is an important contribution given the quality and proximity to markets that our wood has.
I guess just to add on to that, to some of Susan's comments, that percentage will likely be higher at individual mills, as far as like the Tillamook mill will, for instance, have a much higher percentage of its volume that comes from lands that are surrounding it, that are state lands, as compared to, say, the Roseburg mill, that would have a lower percentage just because of its proximity, potentially. So even the 10% number that's there, that percentage would most likely be different at each individual mill on what percentage comes into that individual mill.
Then on to the second part of the question. This is Joe Offer. Speaking of shooting, shooting lanes and recreational shooting on the forest, that still certainly exists. And the recreation program directly works with recreators to educate about safe areas to do that. We do provide shooting lanes on the Tillamook and the Sandiam State Forest to really provide opportunities there as well. But a lot of that does come down to just general education and something that we're working on and is a continued effort and will be a continued effort. And as far as garbage and all the other aspects along those lines, it is something that does continue across the forests, specifically different, different ways to manage that have been taken on, from closing down access to some areas where there's been major dumping issues and things like that. But it does continue, and it's something that the department tracks as far as overall costs that it do have implications for management across the forest.
Thanks, Joe. Go ahead, Barrett.
Lisa, maybe worth reminding everybody, you know, that the recreational shooting is something that statutorily the department cannot regulate. You can sue somebody if they're negligent and shoot you, but if you want to drive your car out and pull over on any road in the forest and shoot in any, there's nothing
Right.
that
No,
nothing that staff can do. And I'm not saying that therefore do nothing. I'm just saying we all need to direct our energies to where the solutions might be for that, and that's, you know, would be in statute, not for
right.
department.
Right. No, I know that, I understand that, but it's also, you know, I want to hear how much of an issue that is, so that if we are going to direct our individual efforts, just like we heard the fire bill, we might want to direct our attention to that as individuals. It might be something that groups or individuals could address if it's still a burden, you know, to the ODF. I mean, ODF has plenty to do. They don't need to be worrying about yahoos shooting each other. So
it's certainly,
that's
it's a
all.
burden. It's a burden to the rest of us as recreationists who are freaked the hell out, you know, when you're out there in the forest. If you start feeling extremely insecure about what's happening, you know, that throws a blanket over, you know, a huge footprint in the forest. Sure.
Yeah. Be riding a horse at the same time. Yeah.
Touching on this mill issue, I just, for the record, you know, I have a family forest in Northwest Oregon, and I view a mill as part of a efficient economy, you know, as public infrastructure almost. You know, so it matters to me, but I also have been fairly close to this process, and so I'm as painful as these stories are and real as they are. Eventually, we do have to acknowledge the hard work at coming up with an HCP. It's not as though choice is to do nothing, or, you know, in this case. So we do have to move forward. And you know, if I owned a mill and I was trying to decide whether to invest $10 million to upgrade it, I'm less likely to upgrade that mill without a reliable species of concern strategy. If you know, if I think that my life is going to be operating in a land use through litigation environment, I'm probably not going to invest in that mill with that kind of uncertainty. So it's important to recognize the pain, the real pain, but we do have to transition to a reality-based question about whether these are actually are alternatives. I don't know if I'm phrasing that well, but making the ESA challenges go away I haven't found a way to do that yet. I'll leave it there.
Clarissa, we can see you've got your hand up.
Yeah, thanks, Barrett. I appreciate you saying that. You're absolutely right. Just to quickly go back to the question about garbage and people dumping garbage in state forests. I am serving on a strategic advisory committee with the Oregon Coast Visitors Association, and we just had a conversation yesterday about, so the goal of this committee is to convene land managers who manage for recreation to talk about communications and a marketing campaign to all of the visitors who got to the coast during high visitation seasons, primarily in the North Coast. And we had U.S. Fish and Wildlife there, U.S. Forest Service, Oregon Parks and Rec, and Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, and then myself representing ODF. And the question and the issue of garbage and debris and dumping continues to be an issue each year, not just for us, but for every manager who manages for tourism recreation. And so just in that vein of having a multifaceted approach to mitigating those issues, we are working on having a campaign again this summer that targets visitors who are going to the coast through ads, Spotify ads, and just providing toolkits to all kinds of nonprofits across the state who work with tourism to just message that, like, please, clean up after yourself and pack in, pack out, those kinds of things. Granted, no, of course, I don't think any of us are naive enough to think that that will solve the issue. And it's really hard to actually measure the impact of that kind of messaging, but it's just one of the other ways in which we're working to help mitigate some of those issues.
Thanks, Clarissa. So we're at about a little after 5 after, and lunch is here. So I think maybe it'd be good to take a little break and get some food. And how about this? Why don't we start back up at, we'll start back up at 12:40. So it gives us just a little bit over half an hour. So everybody online, we'll see you at 12:40. And we'll do is if anybody thinks of any burning questions on the AOP during lunch, we'll take a few minutes and make sure it's fully wrapped up. And then Colleen is going to lead us through a conversation around IPs and that will be quick. All right, depending on the conversation, because it's a bigger conversation, right? The IP process is just getting started. So yeah, so thank you, everybody. We'll see you in a little while. Hello, everybody online. We are just getting everybody into the room. So we'll be starting. Yeah, the sun is shining and people wanted vitamin D. All right, everybody, good afternoon. We are going to move into the next section of the meeting, which is implementation plan revision and considerations for fiscal year 26-27. And Colleen is going to lead us through that.
So really quick before we move on to the implementation, I just want to kind of tie up the last section. So we provided some new tools that we use through some tables, which are something that you'll get when we do go to public comment. The web app that was specifically kind of built for this process, which I think we'll use again, seemed like it was beneficial. And kind of from what I'm hearing today is we're going to take that back. I'm going to talk with the team, talk with the districts, just about some of the themes about the economic side of things, the volume side of things, some of the interactions with recreation. Joe and I will be talking about those, and just looking for some opportunities to make some adjustments as we go forward, or at least give it consideration with the districts as we're working for those. So we'll be doing those over the next couple of weeks. So starting Monday through March 29th, and we have a tentative start date for public comment to be April 1st. There's a couple of key touch points that we have to do, and we have to meet to be able to meet that time on deadline. And there's a couple of just things we've got to work through to make sure that we can do that. But it should be in the first part of April, if nothing else. And the hope is if we can go on April 1st, we will finish by May 15th, which, surprise of all surprise, is the day before May 16th, which is our SFAC spring meeting, or to kick that off. So we will be busily the afternoon of the 15th, summarizing all those last minute comments that come in, because that's when we actually receive the majority of our comments, are on the last day of public comment. And we'll do our best to get those turned around for our review, like kind of what we did last spring, which is we go through the topics and get impressions and feedback on how to move forward. So just wanted to stop there. And also just thank you for the candid conversations today. A lot of my team members were online listening to that. And so I know, they take these things to heart and want to move in the space that we do have and be as flexible as we can. So just really appreciate it. I know it feels like it's the same messages that you've been taking, but it's a new audience, kind of a new context, and it really does make an impact, even not just today with the specific annual operations plan, but also in the planning processes we're getting ready to embark on. And I'll talk about that in the next slide. All right. I know that it probably seems like it was just yesterday that we were talking about implementation plan revisions, but it actually wasn't that long ago. Our current implementation plans were revised and approved last April. And then we went into the FY24 AOP, and now we're getting ready to go to public comment and approve the FY25 annual operations plan. Those implementation plans are actually set to expire June 30th of 2025. So it would not, as with that expiration date, they're not going to cover the FY26 AOP or the FY27. And this was actually by design. We did this intentionally. We talked a little bit about this last year because we didn't know what where we would be in all the planning processes. So we wanted kind of a stop date where we could check in and just see where we're at and what adjustments we need to make. And we have language in there that will talk about extending them. But as Mike talked about earlier, in the coming months, we've got to kind of absorb, the decision that was made yesterday and the impacts for all those timelines. And we also talked about the overlapping of the two plans. And we feel like it's really time for us to align those plans during the transition period as much as we can to reduce the amount of additional constraints that we have between the forest management plan and our implementation plans. So looking at things like our desired future condition, where really we know where we're going, we know the HCAs are the policy direction we're going, and those are still in alignment with the majority of the strategies and requirements that are in our forest management plan. So we can make those decisions and begin to move those more systematically into those areas so that they align and overlap versus being additional constraints, giving us the flexibility during this transition time that we're looking for. So with that, our plan is between now and the May SFAC meeting is we'll work on the timelines for the draft HCP development, the new forest management plan development, and the new implementation plans, and determine kind of what that revision will need to look like for our current implementation plans. And I will bring that, bring a timeline and a kind of a scope and scale or the project plan to the May meeting. The one thing, because I do have a little bit of time, as I was listening and we talked a lot about, there's going to be some discussion about new implementation plans. And we've got work to do to figure out what those timelines are going to look like and what's going to be included. And part of that is designing, how we're going to use SFAC in that process. And so that's something I'd like you guys to kind of think about as you're going into the spring period. And it's something I'd like to touch on in May is what are the things that you're interested in the most about these new implementation plans, looking at the HCP and the FMP process, and what are the things you're most interested in being involved in? Where do you think your expertise would give us some leverage or can help guide some of the choices that we're making from your background or also your community's background? Because I think that process is kind of a blank slate of how we want to set it up and how we want to go forward to developing how SFAC is involved. And so that's just something I'd be really interested in hearing kind of some feedback on what that process means to you and how, what success would look like to you from your backgrounds. That's it.
So Mike Toady here, just wondering two things. Initially, extensions of the current IP and at least FY 26. Just describe a little more what you think that could look like. And we talked a lot this morning about constraints and how some of those might change. It's probably too early to get into details there, but just some thought process around that. Then I had a
Okay, great. So really, we have some different options. I think originally we talked about one of those options was just extending them under leaving everything the same. But what we're running up against in some of the districts is a lot of these double constraints like that we showed where they don't overlap. It is limiting some of the options that we have on the table, especially on some of the smaller districts or districts that have a lot of desired future condition that's outside of the HCAs. And really to be able to fully implement where we're headed policy-wise, getting those in more alignment with where we're headed is going to make sure that we're making the right decisions operationally moving forward. And so that's the biggest focus that we would take over this next year to build those kind of those revisions as we go forward. So it's where are those opportunities, what's going to give us the biggest benefit and really align with the policies that we're working under. So it's kind of taking the strategies and goals of the forest management plan and identifying how the HCP can meet those without doing another subset of additional constraints on the landscape.
I mean, we're trying to envision something down the road there. I just think about it from the perspective of it's going to be for a very short time. I mean, we could spend a year talking about a year extension for an IP, and I'm just kind of wondering, to kind of vet some of that as much as you can in advance and be able to kind of hopefully in some sort of streamlined process, which is impossible in public forest management, but to move that through and expedite it. So the next question I had was more along the lines of looking out to the next IP revision and wondering what you folks have thought about in terms of the geographic area around IPs, if you're going to stay to the district model or go to a forest model or what that might look like.
Speaking to my heart right now. So from a planning perspective, we haven't decided on the geographical, that those are all open as we go into the implementation plan from a modeling perspective, from how we report out on things. But one of the things we definitely want to do is look at streamlining our implementation planning process, where all the things that are the same on all the districts have a place, and then the things that are different or that make them unique reside as like appendix or as a different part of like a larger implementation plan. So we're really looking at opportunities to change kind of the way we've done our planning process, how the documents look, how they feel, to kind of reduce some of the repetitiveness that we as consumers of that have to face with by having 6 different districts that have IPs right now going forward. So I think there's a lot of opportunity there for us to reduce costs, reduce repetitiveness, and make documents that are easier to consume to tell our story. As for modeling purposes or what our goals and targets will be set as, that will be part of the process for us to determine.
I would just like to jump in and, there's a balance there of the amount of effort we put in, towards these next IP revisions, not for the future FMP, but the current FMP. And, I personally feel it warrants some effort now, just because although we have, clear direction from the board on, where they want us to go with finishing the HCP, and the services have been good partners in working with us, on that work. We don't control that timeline, and there's still uncertainty as to the road ahead. So I think we have to really be careful about not making assumptions, and trying to provide us the most flexibility we can as we go through, do that.
And the one good piece on that is the big lift was this last one, because it had been so long since we had updated a lot of the implementation plan documents to standardize, to identify what was different and what was the same. And so now it's really just targeted pieces and aspects and just getting those taken care of and move through the process. So I feel like no matter what we choose and what the scale is, we're much better set up with that from a planning perspective to move through it really quickly.
Including, you probably touched on this, but just to be clear, one of the bigger things, is aligning what we call our desired future condition, that there's people online who may have different understandings. So I'm not using acronyms, but we have 5 structure types in our current forest management plan, and the 2 more mature forest conditions we label as layered stand structure or older forest structure, and we put those on maps, in our implementation plans to show the intention of the silvicultural activities towards taking the current forest condition towards that desired future condition. And, right now there's areas of, those locations being mapped on the landscape design for our current forest management plan. They're outside of the habitat conservation areas. So we need to look hard at bringing those together as a very specific strategy with this IP revision, so that, the board's clear on the direction they've given us to go forward, and that's the horse we're riding long-term. It serves that intention. There's some trade-offs, but that's something that we're going to very specifically look at, is better aligning the currently mapped landscape design with the existing draft habitat conservation areas.
Hey, any questions online? Doesn't look like there's any in the room. Oh, go ahead.
So, oh, Lisa's got a question too. Do you want to go to Lisa first?
Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to clarify, in my mind, what Ron just said. So, Ron, are you saying that the old FMP that has, that looks at structure as the defining element of habitat, that you want to align the new HCA's with like the older structure, layered structure? Is that what you meant?
It wasn't around
miss
like the
that?
definitions of what we call habitat or structure. It was around the spatial designation of it. So we have mapped places, in this draft HCP for the habitat conservation areas. And that's where we're going to grow habitat over the next, 70 years for the permit term. Yet outside of those areas, we have locations designated where we're intending to manage forests for either layered or older forest structure condition, a long-term goal. They may not be in that condition, today, but that's the long-term goal. So we would look to redesignate, remove the designation of layered or older forest structure as a long-term goal for some stands, and allocate
Okay.
those to areas that are currently not mapped within the existing implementation plan landscape designs as older forest structure or layered, because we have to comply with the current plan, but they would be doing so in stands that have both the, forest health, vigor, and silvicultural potential to get to that desired future condition aligned with our current plan, but are also overlapped with the designation and intention of being habitat inside the habitat conservation areas for the draft HCP. Therefore, there'll be
Okay.
more available acres outside of the mapped HCA's while satisfying both the planning requirements.
Okay. All right. Thanks for that clarification.
This is Amanda Sullivan Astor for the record. So I'm going to go back to, I think, one of my first comments, Colleen, in, really, I think it's difficult for a committee when we're asked, very broadly to give you guys feedback. This happened and is happening with the Northwest Forest Plan revision on federal lands right now, where they were asked, very broadly to give feedback on changes to the Northwest Forest Plan. And now they're just coming to the realization that over the last 6 months, all of the work was basically for nothing, because now they actually do understand their decision space and what their sideboards are. And so I do think it would be really helpful to get a better idea from you guys of what those sideboards are, so that we aren't spinning our wheels thinking about how we can help. Because, I mean, as a forester, I feel like I could help with a lot of different things, right? And not that I want to do your guys' jobs for you, but I have a lot of opinions about a lot of things within the plan. But I don't think you want all of those opinions and that you're going to use all of those opinions. So, anyways, I mean, I'm always willing to put the work in and get what needs done, but some kind of finessing or pulling that in and focusing that would be really helpful, and kind of identifying very specific pieces of the plan or areas of the plan that would be most helpful. Like if there's an opportunity to get different types of maps, right? And we can help assess information and start putting things on the map, right? That might be included in an IP. That'd be helpful. If that's a level of detail that you guys intend to do in-house and doesn't need our input, then that's useful information to know, right? So kind of knowing exactly what you're thinking about, if it's an identification of constraint, I don't know exactly how to formulate my words right now. But it just would be really helpful to get kind of more sideboards, and get more focused on what that is. Cause it doesn't mean that that can't lead us to other things, but it helps us be more focused in our thought, which then could lead to additional questions where we might be able to engage. But anyways, hopefully that's helpful. I feel like my words are not coming out right.
So just, Derek Banks, I want to repeat that back a little bit in my own words to see if this sounds like what you're asking.
I love this. Go ahead.
So specific to like this next year's revision, which is a smaller look, but if we went through, for those of you that are familiar with the implementation plans, they're kind of broken up into different sections. And so kind of going through each section to see like, okay, in this section, we'd be talking about harvest ranges versus a harvest target. In this section, we're talking about pace and scale and, like how often we're going into different basins or something. And so that way at each section, you have an idea of what types of things we're anticipating the need for help from the group to facilitate. And then if that spurs like, well, as long as we're talking about this, I would also like to talk about this thing, but at least it gives like an idea for you to formulate in your head around what types of wiggle room we have, like where's our decision space? Is it?
Yeah, I think that's a good reframing, Derek, of kind of what I was trying to get at. And, I really think about things that are going to require analysis and specifically like auguring into research and things like that. Like this is probably not the right body to really mull those things over because we don't have the same contextual understanding about that stuff. But where there's a real need for input on more kind of specifics for the different entities that we represent here in trying to get and make sure that you are achieving your goals while meeting GPV, et cetera. I think that there's going to be specific areas that we could probably help with that it's not going to be appropriate for us to help in other places. We can comment on those externally, but does that make sense?
It does. And kind of jumping from the current implementation plan revisions where we might have a really narrow scope, it kind of puts the question that I had in a little bit of better context. It's like, you can tell me what you're interested in, but you need to understand the sideboards first to be able to say, okay, then there's nothing here for me. Or, oh yeah, this is the skill set I can bring or the research I can bring to bear from my perspective that could inform fire mitigation or costing or, a variety of things that we've talked about. Okay. Is that kind of where you're thinking?
Yeah, and even within those, like those are even very large topics, right? So like, what do you guys not have information on or would like more input on in a particular place? So like, as an example, me and Colleen on the break, we're talking about some of AOL's efforts on workforce, trying to get a better grasp of workforce and economic impact from the forest sector. So AOL's really engaged in that space. We want to help ODF understand that better and incorporate that type of information into their planning processes. That's something that AOL could help bring to bear. But is there a place for that in the IPs? Like, how would that look? Where would that fit? And maybe outlining some of those places would be really helpful, just as an example.
No, and I do appreciate that feedback because this is the thing, right, that we've been struggling with for a while of like, what is the scope and scale and what are the sideboards that we're working within for commenting? And it just makes me realize that I fundamentally just need to kind of shift my thinking a little bit into, and that this is something I'll probably work with Ron on, of just how do I go through kind of each one of the members, the communities and who you represent, the topics that you're really interested in, and really kind of get at the questions and try to individualize those a little bit. There's some work there for me to do. So really good food for thought, something we've been talking a lot about. And I'll try to wrap my brain around that and bring some solutions as we go into May. There's probably follow-up, and Denise, I might follow up with you a little bit on that.
Yeah, and I would say maybe Denise and Lisa can help identify those things to bring to the group. kind of trying to winnow that down.
Yeah, copy.
But I'm not trying to give you guys work.
No. Yeah, and the fact of the matter is regardless of kind of where we are policy wise, we want this to be as functional as possible, and we want the feedback. And, you know, the example that you use, we do not want to be 6 months down and miss some really key opportunities to have conversations with folks and just miss the point completely. So, no, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
That was it for me.
Thank you for taking us through the morning and the early part of the afternoon. Really appreciate the conversation. Very useful. All right, so Justin, you're up.
Right. Good afternoon. For the record, I'm Justin Buttress, policy analyst with the State Forest Division. Part of my duties with State Forests is to track and coordinate the legislative effort, tracking all of the bills and making sure we do some analysis and seeing what changes for us. So I'm just going to provide a really brief summary here today because it was actually a pretty quiet session for us. So really, at the end of the session, there was one bill that was a priority bill that passed for us. That's, you know, has some sort of impact for us. So when I say quiet, I do mean quiet. One bill. So that's Senate Bill 1576. Senate Bill 1576 was a civil law omnibus bill. Contained some legislative fixes for 3 separate topics, 2 are completely unrelated to our work, but one is recreational immunity. And so that one's pretty important for us. So sections 5 to 11 in that bill modified the recreational immunity statutes in a way that's really more favorable for us. So if you've been kind of paying attention to some of the news around recreational immunity, there was a recent court case that really precipitated this change. It was out of Newport, where a excuse me, where a woman was injured, broke her leg on a bridge on a recreational trail leading down to the beach, and the city said, "Oh, you know, we've got recreational immunity." The circuit court agreed. It went to the Court of Appeals, and the Court of Appeals didn't agree with that on the basis that the woman was actually not recreating at the time. She was using the trail for transportation, really. She was going back to her vehicle. She wasn't recreating. And so they sent that back to the circuit court to have a trial to see, you know, was there negligence, who's responsible, that sort of thing. But can't use recreational immunity as a blanket immunity there. So City of Newport will find out after the circuit court hearing if it has some liability there or not. So in the meantime, that left cities, counties, and the state saying, okay, well, if intent matters and how someone's using the trail, then we've got some problems. We've got a pretty big loophole here that we didn't think existed. So 1576 is a Band-Aid for recreational immunity. It applies only after the bill passes. So it has passed out of the legislature and awaits the governor's signature. I don't think it's controversial enough that it's not going to be, or that it's going to be vetoed. It doesn't have to be signed to become law in Oregon, but so I expect it will become law. It only applies to incidents that occur after the bill becomes law and before January 2nd of 2026. So pretty short-term fix. And this bill originated on the Senate side. The Senate hearings, they talked about convening a work group, not a task force, but a work group. to work on what might be a more permanent fix for recreational immunity. So some of the folks that supported in the legislature that supported this bill and voted for it really, they expressed that they were willing to vote for it because it was a Band-Aid and not a permanent fix. So they are looking forward to having that work group convene and see what comes of that. So in the meantime, the definition of recreational purposes has been amended to include walking, bicycling, and running, which previously didn't exist in the statute. It previously had hunting, fishing, swimming, boating, camping, picnicking, hiking, not walking, but hiking, nature study, outdoor educational activities, water skiing, water sports, viewing or enjoying historical, archaeological, scenic, or scientific sites, or volunteering for any public purpose project. So adds a couple of important aspects there, walking, bicycling, and running. And then it expands the immunity to include when a person is using the path or trail that has been improved, designed, or maintained to provide access for recreational purposes, which is, very much pointed at exactly the type of situation that was happening in that court case out of Newport. So this will have zero impact on that case because it only applies to incidents after the bill becomes law. So that one, we'll define some case law under that statute. And if this sunsets without a fix, then, we'll know what that kind of looks like. But so that's, again, the one bill that actually passed that's worth getting excited about. We also tracked, and we're pretty hopeful that maybe something would come of this, House Bill 4039, which was an RV tax credit. That would have created a tax credit for folks if they surrendered their RV to a certified dismantler rather than abandoning it, say, on state forest lands. And so, we're really hopeful that maybe would get some traction and have some conversation. There was some data requests from LPRO, the Legislative Policy and Research Office, around how much we spend and how many of these types of things we have out there on the forest. And so the answer to both of those questions was a lot. So we were hoping that something might come of that, but that bill didn't even get a hearing. So we've seen the issue of RVs kind of raised a few times, but hasn't really developed into any changes in policy or any tools in the toolbox for us to address that problem. So there were some fire funding bills and other agency priority bills that really didn't go anywhere. House Bill 4133 looked like it was destined to pass. That was Steiner's wildfire funding bill. Due to basically a late catch on a technicality, the bill would have changed a fund, and that fund turned out to be a trust fund. And so there was really no way to make the changes that they needed to make with that. So that bill, unfortunately, by the time it was caught that late in the session, just its fate was sealed and did not move. So more to come, I would imagine, in the regular session for wildfire funding. The other direct bill for state forests that did not pass, but would have been the biggest one for us, was House Bill 4106. It was heard but didn't pass out of committee. It would have required the State Forest Division to calculate the sustainable harvest level for every 5-year period, adopt that harvest level as a rule, and offer for sale timber at that volume. Also would have required us to report on the modeling, hold the comment periods and respond to all comments on that modeling, explain why or why not each suggestion made in the comments was followed or not. Would have required us to justify every acre's inclusion for availability to harvest. Would provide a right for the counties and industry to sue the department for failure to offer that volume that was calculated at that sustainable harvest level. It would have allowed counties and industry to sue the department over any policy choice that we made that would affect or might affect harvest levels. That would include any of our operational policies, HCPs, take avoidance strategies, and the FMP itself. It would limit the judicial review of all of those things I just referenced, to the rule itself, the statute authorizing the rule and the modeling associated, the modeling and the associated reports. The bill said that the courts could not consider GPV or the requirements of an HCP when they were doing the judicial review of those. Would require an annual report to the legislature on our forest management plans and the harvest modeling. And that process would also require 3 public hearings around the state and a hearing before FTLAC, the Forest Trust Lands Advisory Committee. And then it also contained an unspecified appropriation for the modeling and developing the modeling and doing that modeling for that. So that bill received, as I said, a hearing, did not get a work session in advance. But I think the proponents of that bill are interested in bringing that back in the regular session. So really kind of describing it as a governance bill. And so that's really the legislative update. Typically very quiet for us during the short session. And this was no exception, with a single bill kind of passing and just a handful that were getting us excited. So, but with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. Oh, please, sir.
Can I share your mic? Mike Toady here. Just to follow, I think it goes without saying, everybody understands, but the recreational immunity stuff is just absolutely huge for those of us that want to recreate on anybody's land. And I think, on one hand, it kind of just illustrates, thank you, Ron, for the reminder, that just about anybody can be sued for just about anything at just about any time. So this likely won't stop that, but looking down the road, people who recreate both in forests or parks or wherever you want, it's just super important that regardless if the landowner is public or private, that they have some sort of immunity on this. So everybody's, from the recreation community is going to be leaning in on this work group as it moves forward on that. I think the other thing I just would share from, and this is from the Oregon Hunter Association perspective, as one of you recreation representatives, we also had a suite of bills that we were trying to get through. One of them in what was called a wildlife omnibus bill, and there was funding attached to that. And I can tell you from our experience, both in this short session and in the long session last year, those are really difficult to get through. And so as we continue down this discussion and this road about looking for alternate funding sources, it doesn't appear that natural resources are a real high priority right now, and I can see why. And I know in the past, this agency has sought things like general fund for the recreation program and not been successful. And so it's a steep road to hoe there, and we're pushing a rope thinking that we're going to just walk in and get a bunch of money from somebody else for something else. We tried to get funding last year in the general session for implementation of the Oregon Conservation Strategy. And that was met with a resounding thud because our proposal was to raise the transient lodging tax by 1%. And people came out in droves to oppose that. So it'd be interesting to see what the agency's looking at. I think they need to start now. I think they need to start with a legislative concept moving forward into this next full session and not wait for things to get really bad. But these things take typically, multiple sessions to get through, to have those conversations and that sense of urgency that needs to really come with that. Otherwise, we're already kind of behind the power curve and they're going to get sunk. So I guess that wasn't a question for you. I promised you I'd give you a tough question, but that was more of a comment. So
Still a tough one.
Anyone online? Doesn't look like it. All right. Thank you, Jessica. interested? No, we don't, hasn't even been an hour.
But we only got one thing left.
Yeah, so we can just move through the one. We could just move through the one thing and then we will be dismissed. How's that for everybody? Okay.
Okay, I just wanted people to be fresh. Group for just a couple minutes. Laura, are you gonna come up to the table here? Yeah. What? Okay. Don Everingham isn't here today, the other co-convener. He's got a different commitment, but Laura was going to help us from an area perspective, was my understanding, with just some of the conversation around planning for the May tour. You recall that conversation? Okay. No, you're not leading the conversation, but that's why I was asking you to come to the table. Just, yeah. Okay. No, all good. No. Yeah, so, each year we try and get the committee out in the state forest somewhere, right? That's what it's all about, is the forest, and always enjoy, taking folks out to the state forest. There's just a lot of great things to see out there, and it's, we can talk about things in these types of rooms, but until you're actually out there seeing it, it puts a whole different level of relationship and connectivity, to the forests themselves and the services we provide and the communities of place that those forests are, near. And in May, we intend to do that. So it's the 16th, I believe it is, and 17th of May on the calendar are the days that we have planned for the next tour. And then we follow that with a business meeting. So it's, just a little over 2 months away. And the tour would be on Thursday, the 16th. And what we're thinking about is, doing the tour in Northwest Oregon, the Forest Grove District, and looking at a variety of potential topics there. Going out and looking at some stands that may be within habitat conservation areas, or at least a stand that may be within a habitat conservation area, to show like, here's a place and here's kind of the things we would do there, in that. This is really what that is, as an example. It was thrown around in our planning meeting that we might visit a location, a trestle or something on the, proposed Salmonberry Trail. That's a whole tangled web, right? There's an intergovernmental organization, STIA, that is, charged with leading that planning effort, coordination effort. ODF isn't the lead in that. It's not our project. A lot of that railroad grade does, go through the guts of the state forest, and it's in a cool place. But we don't necessarily own that, project. However, there is still work going on there, and possibly to demystify, the governance of how that's being done, the timelines. If it was proximate to another location where we may have a state forest specific topic, thought we might, visit that. It was suggested if the committee had interest that we would, touch on that as well. One of the other elements that we deal with in state forests is, folks that are struggling with, being homeless and, living on state forests, or how those types of situations infringe upon the state forest or interact with the state forest. And I think, Laura, you, as a member of our internal agency's leadership team cadre, are planning a tour up in that area around the same time of the year for our staff in May. Is that correct?
Laura Frederickson, for the record. We're not planning a tour. So homelessness and survival activities on state forest and public lands in general is really the focus of a case study for our agency leadership program. Kate and I are deeply immersed in that. But the way we're approaching it is really inviting in folks who are dealing with this, not just state forests, and how are other agencies responding to that? So that's really the how we're approaching that. So there's no tour component involved.
Great.
But that still is an issue that we are seeing increasingly exploding on public lands in general, period.
So those were some initial ideas, but we'd like to hear, now from the committee members on what are things that, given everything we've talked about today, where we're headed with our policy work, how elements of that, the lower tiers of that work, the implementation phase relate to the charge of this committee advising us on implementation. This space we're in that's challenged, between future policy work, yet we're, committing to show good faith effort and still obligated to meet the obligations of our current existing plans, walking that tightrope there. Some of those challenges that Colleen and her team are working through, leading us through. What would you all like to see? Does that make sense? Would you want to go up to the Forest Grove area? Throwing it out there for input.
Okay, I'll go first. Amanda Sullivan Astor. So we're in an interesting place. I'll start with that just because we're going to be it sounds like we're going to be sort of trying to merge a FMP that we don't have yet with an FMP that we do have. Are we going to know any more about the performance measures by then? Because I think that's going to be a huge thorny piece of the pie that I don't know how this entity is going to be engaged, but I think we really ought to be as a risk management perspective for the
Yeah.
for the department.
So, Tyson Weprich is leading the performance measure development work. It really is a board level work, and it's based on those targets and measures they set. Then I think there's a nexus to this committee on, what are the trade-offs to reach the targets they set for us based on, the established measures, and how do we go about doing that, for instance. So, Tyson certainly could share where we're at in that process, because we do have established, well, they're not adopted yet, but we have draft performance measures, don't have any targets yet, but we'll be framing up for the board like a conversation and not, over the coming year on, here are some ranges of, either trends, increasing, decreasing, or numerical targets, for instance, that, they could expect to have as realistic targets. And then based on where they want to land, helping them understand the trade-offs of if they want a lot of X, how does that affect, Y and Z as far as, where they could realistically expect to land within the ranges of potential outcomes there. So that is a conversation that will be occurring. So we could set something up that just exposes you to what the performance measure work is to date, what the draft performance measures are, and where that conversation's headed.
That's going to be a lengthy, a substantial board project. I think they'd be smart to engage us in a dialogue on some of their early drafts. We wouldn't be advisory, or we wouldn't take votes in our committee. But from time to time, the board has asked us to have a dialogue that they basically eavesdrop on as we express values from our various communities, and they can digest it and continue their work. It's not a customary role for SBAC, so it's a kind of almost a extra charter project that is something we've done in the past and they've found valuable.
And the request came from the board.
Correct. I mean, it's exactly. We don't go and say, hey, you should listen to us, but it generates organically, unofficially.
There's been at least one instance where we had a conversation, and then there was a letter drafted to the board that captured the different perspectives so that they had something in writing. So we've done some things like that in the
We, long time ago now, created a model, presented it to the board, and we hired a facilitator separate from the convener, and they helped us process that kind of document.
Yeah, and
I'm sorry,
ahead.
it was just like, by only in 2 months from now, I really don't know how far along we're gonna be, that's probably not gonna be the time, for May, and particularly related to a field, type environment, trying to maximize things you can see out there that are tangible, things that are going on, and good work we're doing, that kind of thing. I think it's a good conversation to keep in mind as we, move that work forward and have a better idea of the actual timelines it's gonna play out under, but probably not for May.
Yeah, and I bring it up in particular because we have a draft, right? We don't have the specific metrics and measures associated with that draft, but we generally know the items that will be measured as it relates to the performance measures. So, and I bring this up because as the SFAC, as the IPs, as the AOPs, we are not tiering to the HCP. We are tiering to the FMP. And so it's important to keep that in mind. Yes, the HCP will be integrated into the FMP, but that is not the plan in which we seek to tier to. So, so just to keep that in mind, that it isn't just what's in the HCP. It's not just HCAs. It is all these other pieces associated with the FMP that we need to be concerning ourselves with. So from that perspective, there are, I think, complicated things that we can have really fruitful conversations about in the field, looking at the trees, looking at the environment, thinking about carbon, thinking about snags, thinking about other habitat features that aren't so focused in the HCP and other types of sterile classes that we're interested in on state lands. So yeah, going to the HCAs is important. But I think there's other pieces that we can tie into too. And just in this conversation of what do we want to go see? I mean, those are some of the thorny conversations that are easier to have in the woods than in a room, not looking at the stand structure and the habitat. So that's why I bring it up.
Yeah, I'll have to give that some more thought and talk to Tyson, because maybe there is some just sort of grounding, in that, like we share, here are the draft performance measures. And as we go through the day, and talk about whatever we're going to talk about out there in the woods, it provides some exposure, to how we'll be thinking about implementation, down the road, and just to make that maybe more real for folks. There's a possibility there that could have some good value for us both. Yeah.
But just to tag on to that, that's, well, first off, disclaimer that I just looking at my calendar, I know I got a conflict and I won't be able to make that. So maybe I don't even get a say in what you should look at, but just thinking, is in the current interim IPs, there's these kind of almost dueling constraints at times. And Ron, you gave the example of shifting structure classifications in and out of time there. And so maybe just an example of that in the field as best as the agency can do to help this committee understand that better, to provide input on the next long-term IP is what I was thinking. The other one was just more of a recent conversation, and they talked about it yesterday at the board meeting as a result of that Oregon kitchen table exercise there. And I was surprised as I participated in that, the kind of the attitudes and how frequently public safety or people feeling safe in the forest and that safety perspective was out there, and would just offer that might be something you could weave into the conversation or show examples out there, whether it's, and the range of those were really wide. It was everything from people feeling threatened from pesticides to, somebody that doesn't like recreational shooting out there, not feeling safe, or just not feeling safe leaving their car at a trailhead or something like that. So whatever, there might be examples there just to kind of share on that.
I like the idea, Ron, of going out to the state forest there in Forest Grove and looking at some of the HCA's. We can talk about any of these issues really while we're on those meetings. I think one thing that is important on my mind, and it might not have to happen at our spring meeting, is to continue to look at the funding problem with the department and how that's going to be addressed going forward. You know, Mike just talked about going to the legislature and asking for money, which has been kicked around at a lot of these ODF board meetings, and that being met with a lot of pushback potentially. And you know, there's been a lot of discussion around the department of how we're going to address the shortfall budgetary problems, but I haven't heard a very good solution. In fact, I've really heard no solution. So it leaves a big question mark in my mind, and I think as an advisory group, we need to understand that better and maybe be given some more guidance from the department on how that's going to happen. I'm not totally sure what that looks like, but right now I know it's unclear, and it seemed like it was really unclear to some of the board members yesterday on how that's going to be addressed going forward. There was one really good resolution put before the board there yesterday that I thought would have addressed that got shot down. So I would like to stay on that topic as we move forward, because I think right now there's a hope that somehow the legislature is going to bail the department out, and that's not a good way to plan going forward.
Yeah, appreciate that, Mike. There's certainly a recognition, you know, that we have had for some time a funding, you know, problem, you know, for the division, and it's multifaceted and longstanding, but it's real. And when I think about the nexus to this committee, you know, we're going to be doing some work with a work group looking at our financial strategies here. It's a newly convening work group that we're doing internally within the division. And there could be some update, you know, to this committee on just sort of like that work and how our current state of funding, you know, just influences implementation of what we're doing. You know, not so much looking at a policy per se work for this committee, but given the state of where we are, our current funding and what we see as, you know, the future trajectory, here's things we're doing to support ongoing implementation, because that's what we do, right? We make plans and we manage them out on the force, we implement them. We could just give some sort of, you know, comprehensive conversation around that. And I think that has direct relevance to the committee, where it's not crossing over into the policy-making lane on putting together a legislative concept for the division, right? But it's like, great, we're doing a variety of things, and here's where we're at. Here's our current state of affairs within the division, and this is how we're, you know, projecting out our ability to continue to implement, you know, our plans and deliver the services that we do over the coming X amount of time, you know, planning horizon. And then here's, you know, potential actions that we're considering. So I think there's something we could do there. It doesn't cross over into just like policy development work.
Well, it seems like those, to me, are in two different buckets. I think the department internally is going to do what it has to do to budget, to balance budget. They're going to lay people off or make adjustments. Having been on about 4 financial viability work groups, I mean, there's no more money in the couch cushions. There's not, you know, there's really no solution internally to this. So whether SVAC, well, I mean, it's my view that the legislature will always say no until we prove to them why they should say yes. The forest has been delivering value to Oregonians for decades, and recreation and habitat and community well-being accounts without getting credit for it. And merely, we just haven't sold, the legislature has not been sold on and asked to, account, do the math. What is the value that's coming off of these forests? And if we properly depict that, I believe the people of Oregon will pay for it myself. Not for forestry, but they'll pay for the extra things that they've been asking of forests since the first 1972 statutes. They've never contemplated the kind of things Oregonians demanded of the forest. So if they haven't been asked to do the math, of course they're going to say no, in my view. So maybe we have a role in helping depict that value to Oregonians, just in our discussion internally. It's not advising Ron, because his role is not to take our advice in that area and do something with it.
Well, I see a lot of the value of this, committee being you all as conduits, back to the communities that you represent here, right? And with your increased understanding of the issues we're facing and the strategies we're taking, if there are external processes that are public, that gives you a better platform to engage and participate in those with your community's interests, right? If it is going to be a legislative concept, or if it is going to be whatever, our budget policy option package for resources, knowing that that's being considered and assembled, and how it will continue to provide for the services that you all value in your, lanes, or interactions with state forests, or how you benefit from state forests. I think that has a nexus to the committee. It's work that, supports the viability of the services and public benefits we provide. And you all as an advisory committee to us in implementing that, where we have a funding challenge and we're looking for remedies. If there are processes that are public where your user groups or your constituents can participate in those processes, I think there's a direct nexus there to this committee of just that information sharing and education myself.
As for our tour, yeah, Forest Grove sounds great. And if we go out, that'd be a nice centerpiece for our meeting, would be these HCAs next to a OFS structure type, and talk about how those acres might move into an HCA, and how what pushes and pulls there as far as what acres can move, how easily they can move, the constraints on those movements.
And I think the conversation, we could probably frame something up. I don't want to put too much stress on, Colleen's team, because they're not going to be, at that place, right, of detail level mapping in only 8 weeks. It's not that far away. So, yeah. Yeah, it's just a conversation piece. Other thoughts from staff or from?
I do have one follow-up, just as I was kind of listening to the conversation about like setting us up so we kind of understand the new forest management plan and what is in that and what the things in that mean, and and then connecting that to the implementation kind of sideboards of discussion space that we have in that. And so there's things in the new plan, right? We have some plan themes that are in there. We've got a new management approach. We've got the goals and strategies section for a variety of timber management, roads, carbon, air quality, scenic. And I do not obviously have it fully vetted in my head, but I think that there could be some conversations where we start kind of leaning into the new forest management plan and what's that draft, and how that can play into the implementation planning that we're getting ready to do. What are some of the big questions that we have? What kind of education do we need to provide of kind of what the intent is of those? And I think that could help start that dialogue of the decision space that's still available both at the FMP level for, what that's going to look like ultimately, but then how that leads into the decisions that we have to make during the implementation planning process. So I just wanted to throw that out there and see if there's interest on that specifically.
Actually, I think that sounds really good. Go ahead, Susan.
It does, but I won't be there for the field trip either. So I'm having knee surgery the end of April, and I don't think I'll be driving in yet. So I can't make it to Forest Grove. But I like what you had to say. So if there was some way that I can sit in on the virtual meeting the day after. So if there's some of that, that would be very helpful for me for the next day, just not at the field trip.
We can take some pictures too.
Yeah, and I can see us, the field trips, there's stops and some conversations, but there may be some of these where when we craft the agenda for the 17th, we move them into that with the understanding that we've had a chance to see something, talk about it briefly, moving on to the next stop, and setting up a larger conversation the next day, which is, yeah.
Yeah, Amanda Sullivan asked her for the record. I guess there's a record. I'm just so used to saying that. One other thing that would be really helpful is for some of that context setting, I always find it really useful when there are like large maps that we can look at in context to help contextualize what we're looking at. Or if there's places that we can't go but are similar, or there's a good comparison that we can make, like Barrett was saying, maybe we're at an HCA, but there's a really nice high quality image that can be on poster board or foam board or something that we can also look at or reference. Those types of things can be really helpful visual aids when you're out in the woods as well. And anytime there's the opportunity, like for Tyson, I don't know if he's still in the room or not, but where we can bring in like recent research on a specific topic. I think, a lot of the stuff on water quantity and carbon in that space is very new to the state forest lands, and to the forest management plan. And so again, I think that level setting is really important, and how we do that in context while we're looking in the woods is going to be really important to think about. And obviously all that can go into our conversations the next day, but it's different when you're trying to remember back to what you saw versus being in the woods and talking about it and looking at something and looking at graphs or tables and in concert with the landscape. So just as a suggestion.
I had a question for the other committee members. Do I have audible? It's hard to tell on the
Can you
phone.
introduce yourself? Oh, it's Cheryl. Oh,
Absolutely.
great. Yeah, go ahead, Cheryl.
I've just been, I have a little bit of a throat thing. I've been real quiet, but I was wondering how many other committee members have been on field trips prior to this one, and if that was informing their decision on where they'd want to go this time.
So there's a field trip every year, other than maybe a couple of years during the pandemic. So, many long-term committee members have been on multiple tours.
There, then there might be a reason why they want to go somewhere where they hadn't been before.
Well, typically the tours rotate between districts. And I don't believe we've been to Forest Grove in a while. So I think that's why
Okay.
we did it.
Being non-affiliated and also being probably the only committee member that doesn't have any state lands in my immediate vicinity, it doesn't mean that I won't have something great to come back and report to people that I liaise with in Southern Oregon. And I was thinking, you mentioned earlier about outreach with tribes. And since water was just brought up, I think with Amanda, that does seem to be one of their bigger agenda items is the water quality. So I guess I would vote for something, demonstrated that effort. And I'm at In and Out.
Okay. Yeah, no, that sounds great. Well, we've added it to the list. Thank you.
And thank you. I think this one all right.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, I think we can call the meeting adjourned. Thank you, everybody, for your time today. I think we had some really good conversations. And Colleen, thanks again for walking us through so much of the AOPs and the upcoming IPs. And so, yeah, everybody, hope you have all of a great weekend. And in May, I am planning to attend the tour, but I have other commitments on Friday. So I will work with Lisa around, she will more than likely chair that meeting. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you all for the time you take to support us with this work. It's important to us and your time's valuable. And I just want to let you all know, I personally appreciate the time you give us and continue to work, looking forward to working with you all. But thank you much for your time. And thank you, Colleen, and your team and everybody and Laura and Joe for everything you've done. Justin, appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Denise.
Thanks all. Enjoy the sun.